Vexia Maw's Twilight Clawed Decanix. Thomas Asen Caldwell, 22, and Caleb Sorlin, 68, faced the Glenax Mire, their grim path toward Youth Keep. The Glenax Mire did not welcome them. It swallowed the faint light, clinging mist, obscuring anything beyond a few yards. The air hung thick and heavy, smelling of decay, stagnant water, and something else, something ancient and unsettling, like stone dust mixed with forgotten blood. Thomas Asen Caldwell felt the familiar clench of anxiety in his gut, amplified tenfold by the oppressive atmosphere. The ground under his worn boots wasn't earth. It was a sucking, viscous muck that clung to his soles, each step a struggle, a release followed by the sickening squelch. Beside him, Caleb Sorlin moved with a weary familiarity, his heavy frame surprisingly agile as he navigated the treacherous terrain, leaning heavily on a gnarled staff that seemed almost as old as he was. "Keep to the higher ground," Caleb rasped, his voice a low growl in the dense air. "What passes for it, anyway?" "The path, if you can call it that, shifts." Asen nodded, though he could barely see Caleb through the swirling gray. The mist wasn't just mist. It felt alive, cold fingers trailing across his skin, whispering sounds that weren't there. Faint cries, rustling scales, the distant, mournful echo of things best left undisturbed. He tried to focus on Caleb's form, on the steady, if slow rhythm of their movement. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drum beat against the mire's silent, pervasive threat. This wasn't just danger. It was a place designed to break you, to drain your will as surely as the mud tried to drain the strength from your legs. They moved like specters, one foot in front of the other, testing the ground before committing weight. Asen stumbled often, catching himself on gnarled roots that snaked above the surface like petrified veins, or sinking up to his shins in unexpectedly deep pockets of slime. Caleb would pause, offering a hand or a gruff word of instruction, his weathered face a mask of grim determination. There was no light filtering down here, only the oppressive gray that deepened as the Vexia Maw's influence tightened its grip on Decanix. The twilight that had begun as a distant threat now felt like a physical weight pressing down on them, making the air colder, the mist thicker, the mire's malevolence more potent. Hours blurred into a timeless slog. The silence was broken only by their labored breathing, the squelch of their steps, and the occasional, unnerving sound from the mire itself, a low gurgle, a distant splash, a whisper that might have been the wind or something else entirely. Aeson's muscles screamed with exhaustion, his initial fear giving way to a dull ache, a weary resignation to the relentless difficulty of their path. He thought of his unassuming life, the quiet routines, the simple worries. It felt impossibly distant, a dream from another existence. Now this was his reality: mud, mist, and the creeping dread of the unknown. He glanced down at his hand, flexing his fingers. He still couldn't quite believe he was here, that he was the one Caleb believed held some hidden key. Him, Thomas Aeson Caldwell, who had always preferred books to brawls, quiet corners to grand adventures. The Trolvik's sigil, the artifact that Caleb carried carefully wrapped, felt like a burden, a symbol of a destiny he didn't understand and wasn't sure he wanted. It was supposed to unlock the power in Yuf Keep, the ancient fortress that held the key to fighting the Vexia Maw. But Unyif Keep felt like a myth, and he felt like a fraud. The air's thickening, Caleb said, his voice barely audible above the ambient sounds of the mire. Magic here, ... old magic. Not kind magic. Aeson felt it too. A tingling sensation on his skin, like static electricity, but deeper, resonating somewhere within him. The mist swirled more actively now, coalescing into vague shapes at the edge of his vision before dissipating. The ground felt different, less like mud and more like something reluctantly giving way beneath them. The roots seemed to twitch. "What kind of magic?" Aeson asked, his voice hoarse. "Ley lines," Caleb replied, his eyes scanning the oppressive gray. "Intersecting here, drawn to the mire's nature, and the maw's touch twists them, makes them volatile. The mire itself becomes a hazard, not just the terrain." As if on cue, the ground beneath Aeson's left foot suddenly dissolved. Not just sank, but seemed to vanish, replaced by a swirling vortex of murky water and iridescent green light. He cried out, scrambling back, but his foot was already plunging into the bizarre vortex. A searing cold shot up his leg, followed by a terrifying sense of being pulled down, not by gravity, but by something actively reaching for him. Caleb reacted instantly, slamming the base of his staff onto a thick root nearby, anchoring himself and grabbing Aeson's outstretched arm with surprising strength. "Hold fast," he yelled, his face strained. The vortex pulsed, the pull intensifying. Aeson felt a sudden, blinding pain in his leg, like countless needles piercing his skin. He gasped, gripping Caleb's arm with all his might. Panic threatened to overwhelm him. He was going to be sucked under, dissolved by whatever strange energy this was. Just as he thought his grip would fail, he felt a strange sensation within him, a sudden surge of warmth originating from his chest, spreading outwards. It met the cold, pulling energy of the vortex, not fighting it, but redirecting it. The iridescent green light flickered, dimming slightly. The intense pull lessened, becoming merely a strong current. What? What was that? Asen stammered, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Caleb was staring at him, his eyes wide behind the weathered lines. I don't know, he admitted, something akin to awe flickering in his gaze. It felt connected to you. With a final desperate heave, Caleb pulled Asen free. The vortex snapped shut with a sound like a hungry mouth closing, leaving behind only the familiar, treacherous muck. Asen collapsed onto the slightly firmer ground beside it, trembling, his leg aching, but the searing pain gone. He looked at the spot where the vortex had been, then back at Caleb. The older man's expression was unreadable, a mix of relief, confusion, and something else entirely. You did something, Caleb said finally, his voice softer than Asen had ever heard it. I don't know what, Asen whispered, still shaken. It just, happened. He touched his chest, feeling the faint warmth still lingering there. Was this the latent power Caleb spoke of? The connection to his heritage? Caleb helped him up. We need to be more careful, he said, reverting to his gruff tone, though his eyes still held that strange light. The mire is testing us, and the maw's influence makes these old lines unstable. Anything can happen. They continued their journey, the encounter with the vortex serving as a stark reminder of the magical dangers lurking beneath the surface. Every step felt heavier now, tinged with a new layer of apprehension. Asen found himself unconsciously more aware of the ground beneath his feet, sensing subtle shifts, faint tremors, concentrations of that strange energy he had felt. It was a new kind of awareness, instinctual rather than learned. The mire deepened, the mist never thinning. The air grew colder, carrying with it a faint, unpleasant scent of decay and something metallic. Strange phosphorescent fungi glowed in the gloom, casting eerie green and purple light that seemed to writhe and shift. The sounds of the mire grew more distinct, less like whispers and more like deliberate movements. They heard the rustle of large bodies moving through the unseen water, the clicking of unseen claws on submerged roots, the low guttural calls of creatures hidden in the fog. Caleb stopped abruptly, holding up a hand. Aeson froze, straining his ears. For a moment there was silence, broken only by the distant gurgle of the mire. Then a sound unlike any other they had heard, a low, resonant thrumming that seemed to vibrate not just in the air, but in their very bones. It was a sound of immense size and slow, deliberate movement. "Get behind me," Caleb ordered, his voice low and urgent. He held his staff out slightly, its ancient wood glowing faintly in the phosphorescent light. Aeson didn't hesitate, pressing himself close to Caleb's back, his heart pounding again, faster than before. The thrumming grew louder, closer. The ground trembled slightly. The mist ahead began to part, not by wind, but by something pushing through it. A shape emerged from the gray, vast, segmented, covered in thick, chitinous plates that glistened with moisture and phosphorescent slime. It moved on dozens of clawed legs, its body low to the ground, disturbing the muck with immense force. Its head was a nightmare of clicking mandibles and multifaceted eyes that glowed with an unnatural, malevolent intelligence in the dim light. It was a mire behemoth, a creature of ancient Decanix lore, twisted and enlarged by the encroaching darkness. The behemoth paused, its glowing eyes fixing on them. The thrumming intensified, a low hum of pure menace. A long, segmented appendage shot out from its head, ending in a barbed hook, slashing through the air towards them with surprising speed. Caleb reacted with surprising speed for his age, pulling Aeson sideways, narrowly avoiding the strike. The appendage hit a thick, ancient tree trunk, shearing through it with ease. The tree groaned and crashed into the mire with a mighty splash. "Run!" Caleb roared, pushing Aeson forward. "Don't try to fight it. We just need to get past." They scrambled away, plunging deeper into the treacherous terrain. The behemoth was fast for its size, its many legs churning through the mud, the thrumming sound filling the air, a constant, terrifying reminder of its pursuit. They ducked under roots, splashed through unseen pools, their progress hampered by the sucking mud and the uneven ground. Aeson's lungs burned, his legs ached, but the surge of adrenaline pushed him forward. He could hear the behemoth close behind, the clicking of its claws, the wet sound of its body dragging through the muck, the sickening thud of its appendage striking obstacles. He risked a glance back. The creature was a horrifying sight, a moving mountain of segmented armor and glowing eyes, relentless in its pursuit. The mist seemed to part for it, swirling around its bulk like a shroud of doom. Caleb was leading the way, his knowledge of the mire, however grim, proving invaluable. He navigated them through a maze of tangled roots and seemingly impassable patches of deeper water, always just a step ahead of the pursuing horror. They reached a narrow passage between two enormous moss-covered rocks. It was barely wide enough for them to squeeze through. "This way," Caleb yelled, gesturing towards the gap. They plunged into the narrow passage. The behemoth couldn't follow directly. It slammed into the rocks with immense force, shaking the ground. The thrumming intensified, a frustrated roar, vibrating through the stone. They didn't stop. The passage was short, opening out onto a slightly firmer ridge. They stumbled out, gasping for air, leaning against slick, damp rock faces. The thrumming was still close, the behemoth searching for a way around the obstacle. "It won't give up easily," Caleb wheezed, wiping sweat and mire from his face. "These creatures ... The maw amplifies their persistence." Aeson's legs felt like lead, his chest burning. He sank to his knees, trying to catch his breath. The close call had shaken him to his core. The sheer power of the creature, the cold indifference in its glowing eyes. It was unlike anything he had ever imagined. He looked down at his hands, trembling. He was just a simple person. How could he possibly face something like this? How could he possibly hold the key to fighting an evil that could warp the very land and summon such nightmares? The thought was overwhelming, crushing. He wanted to curl up, to disappear, to be back in his quiet, uneventful life. Then he thought of Decanix, of the encroaching twilight, of the fear he had seen in the faces of the few people they had passed on the fringes of the mire before entering this hellscape. He thought of Caleb, old and weary, risking everything on a prophecy about him. He thought of the strange warmth he had felt earlier, the brief moment when the vortex's pull had lessened. Something shifted within him. Not courage, not yet, but a flicker of stubborn defiance. He was here. He was on this path. And running away, even if it were possible, wouldn't save anyone. It certainly wouldn't save Caleb. He pushed himself back to his feet, the mud sucking at his boots. "Which way now?" he asked, his voice still shaky, but firmer than before. Caleb looked at him, a flicker of surprise, then something else, something warm, in his eyes. "Further in," he said, gesturing deeper into the mist-shrouded landscape. "Unyouth Keep isn't meant to be found easily. It's protected by layers ... of time, of magic. The mire is just the first." They moved on, the thrumming of the frustrated behemoth gradually receding behind them, a constant reminder of the dangers they had barely escaped. The mire offered no respite. The terrain remained treacherous, the air thick with mist and the scent of decay. They encountered smaller hazards, patches of glowing, volatile slime that spat acidic droplets, pools of water that shimmered with unsettling light and caused disorientation, strange, thorny vines that seemed to actively try to trip them. Asen found that his new awareness of the magical currents in the mire was growing. He could sense the areas where the energy was strongest, most volatile, where the risks were highest. It wasn't a conscious thought, more like an instinct, a feeling in his gut, a subtle shift in the tingling on his skin. He learned to trust it, to subtly steer himself and Caleb away from the worst patches, guided by this strange internal compass. Caleb noticed. He didn't say anything directly, but his eyes followed Asen's subtle movements, his quiet avoidance of certain spots. The gruff exterior seemed to soften slightly, replaced by a watchful, almost hopeful expression. They stopped to rest near a cluster of tall, skeletal trees, their branches draped with weeping moss. The light, such as it was fading even further, the perpetual twilight deepening into a somber, oppressive gloom. The air grew colder, and the sounds of the mire seemed to amplify in the darkness. They could hear distant calls, splashes, the unsettling sound of something slithering close by. Caleb unwrapped the Trollvik's sigil. It was a heavy, intricately carved disc of what looked like dark, polished stone veined with faint lines of glowing, coppery metal. It felt cool to the touch, but Asen felt the same faint warmth radiating from it that he had felt within himself earlier. As Caleb held it, the copper veins pulsed with a soft internal light, mirroring the phosphorescent fungi around them, but somehow more purposeful. The sigil, Caleb murmured, his voice low. It resonates with the old power, with Unyuv Keep, and with you, Asen. He looked at Asen, his gaze steady. Your bloodline ... It's tied to the keep, to the prophecy. Asen looked at the sigil, then at Caleb. I don't understand any of this, he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. Prophecy? My bloodline? I'm just ... me. You are more than you know, Caleb said gently, a rare softness in his tone. The prophecy doesn't name you specifically. It speaks of a descendant born when the Vexia Maw stirs, who carries the key to Unyuv Keep. The Trollvik's sigil is the key, yes, but it needs you to unlock its full potential, and the keeps. Your connection to the ancient lineage, the blood that flowed through the keep's founders, is what links it all. He paused, looking out into the swirling mist. This mire, it's not just a physical barrier, it's saturated with the remnants of the old magic, warped by the darkness. It's a test of will, yes, but also of resonance. The keep and the sigil are calling to you in a way, guiding us even if subtly. And the mire resists. It feeds on fear, on uncertainty. The maw's touch makes it a living weapon against anyone who seeks the keep. Asen listened, trying to process the weight of Caleb's words. A descendant, a key, ancient lineage. It felt like a story, not his life, but the strange warmth within him, the new awareness of the mire's energy, the feeling of connection to the sigil. They were undeniable. So the vortex earlier, Asen said, and sensing the energy, ... that's part of it? Caleb nodded. The latent abilities, they are stirring. The mire, with its raw, unstable magic, is likely acting as a catalyst. Or perhaps the maw's encroaching power is forcing them to the surface, a desperate countermeasure from a lineage tied to fighting it. Asen wrapped his arms around himself, shivering despite the exertion. It was a lot to take in. His entire understanding of himself, his life, was being dismantled piece by piece in this suffocating, terrifying place. What was the prophecy exactly? He asked. What does it say I have to do? Caleb hesitated for a long moment. It speaks of the twilight deep, the earth's sickness. The shadows spread, he recited, his voice taking on a formal, almost reverent tone. It speaks of the forgotten place, the sanctuary veiled, where power sleeps. It speaks of the blood that remembers, the hand that holds the key, and the light reborn from stone. He paused, his gaze meeting Asen's. It says the one of the blood with the key shall awaken the heart of Unyuf Keep and turn the twilight back. Turn the twilight back. Asen repeated the phrase in his mind. It sounded impossible. He couldn't even navigate this swamp without help, couldn't outrun a giant bug. How could he turn back an ancient malevolence threatening an entire realm? I don't know if I can do this, he confessed, the words raw with vulnerability. Caleb placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. You are doing it, he said, his voice firm. You are here. You faced the vortex, you faced the behemoth, and you are still moving forward. That takes courage, Asen. More courage than you give yourself credit for. He squeezed his shoulder gently. The path is hard. It will test you again and again. But you are not alone. And you have something within you, something ancient and strong, waiting to be unlocked. He looked at the Trollvik sigil again, its faint light pulsing steadily. The sigil feels it, too. Your presence, your awakening power, it's drawn to you. As if to confirm Caleb's words, the mist around them began to shift. not randomly but deliberately, parting in a specific direction, revealing a path that hadn't been visible before, slightly less treacherous than the surrounding mire, almost inviting. "It's showing us the way," Caleb said, a note of surprise in his voice. "The sigil ... or the keep itself, sensing your presence." The path led deeper into the mire, towards an area where the phosphorescent fungi seemed to cluster more thickly, casting a stronger, more vibrant glow. But the air there felt heavier, the silence more profound, broken only by the faint, insistent thrumming that seemed to originate from the very heart of the glowing cluster. "That energy ... Asen murmured, sensing the intense concentration of power ahead. It felt different from the vortex, less chaotic, more focused, but it also felt dangerous, like stepping too close to a live wire. "Another test," Caleb said, his hand tightening on his staff. "The path is open, but it's not necessarily safe. The mire yields only reluctantly, and the maw ... its shadow stretches far. Anything of power, even ancient and passive power like the sigil or the keep, draws its attention when it stirs." They rose and began to follow the newly revealed path. The ground was marginally better here, but the air grew thick, with a strange, cloying scent, sweet yet sickening, like rotting flowers mixed with something metallic. The glowing fungi intensified, casting enough light to illuminate the path, but their vibrant colors, unnatural greens, blues, and purples, seemed to swirl and shift, creating disorienting patterns. As they moved closer to the source of the thrumming, the silence deepened. Even the distant sounds of the mire faded, as if the area ahead were absorbing all external noise. The thrumming grew louder, resonating in Asen's chest, close to where he had felt the warmth earlier. It felt like a heartbeat, slow and powerful, but alien. They reached the edge of the glowing cluster. Before them lay a wide, shallow pool of perfectly still, black water. The water's surface was broken only by strange crystalline structures that rose from it, glowing intensely with the same unnatural light as the fungi. In the center of the pool, hovering just above the water's surface, was the source of the thrumming, a large dark crystal, pulsing with slow, powerful light. "A mire heart," Caleb whispered, his voice filled with caution. "A convergence point of the mire's power. Beautiful, but deadly. Drawn to the ley lines, amplified by the maw, the air around the mire heart felt thick with energy. Asen could sense it pressing in on him, a palpable force. The Trovik's sigil in Caleb's hand pulsed more strongly now, its copper veins glowing brighter, resonating with the crystal's thrumming. The path goes through the pool, Asen noted, seeing a faint trail of slightly less dark water leading towards the central crystal. And the heart guards the path, Caleb said grimly. It will drain the life from anything that enters its waters without the proper shielding or resonance. He looked at Asen. The sigil might offer some protection, especially with your connection, but we don't know how the heart will react to your awakening abilities. It might see you as a threat, or something to consume. Asen swallowed hard. Another test, another layer of danger. The crystal thrummed, a hypnotic, unsettling rhythm. He looked at Caleb, at the unwavering, the weary hope in his eyes. He looked at the sigil, pulsing faintly in the old man's hand, a symbol of a destiny he was only just beginning to grasp. The path forward lay across the deadly pool, through the heart of a glowing, thrumming crystal. The mist swirled around the edges of the pool, hiding what lay beyond. But Asen knew, with a chilling certainty that was becoming increasingly familiar, that they had to cross. This was the way to Unyuv Keep. This was the next step on the path he never asked for. And the Mire heart waited, pulsing with ancient, amplified power, ready to embrace or destroy them. The Mire heart pulsed, a slow, deep thrumming that resonated in Asen's bones, a frequency lower and more ancient than sound. It hovered above the still black water of the pool, a dark crystal veined with the same coppery light that marked the Trollvik's sigil. The air around it wasn't just thick with energy. It felt hungry. The phosphorescent crystalline structures rising from the water, like grotesque teeth, glowed with an intensity that made the rest of the mire seem dim by comparison. A mire heart, Caleb had called it, a convergence point, a guard, a test. Asen looked at the faint trail across the black water, a path that seemed less defined by physical ground and more by a subtle lessening of the oppressive blackness, leading straight to the thrumming crystal. It will drain the life, Caleb's words echoed in his mind. He looked at Caleb, the old man's face etched with weariness, but his eyes steady, fixed on the pool. The Trollvik's sigil in Caleb's hand pulsed, its light a mirror to the heart's, but smaller, contained. How do we cross? Asen asked, his voice quiet. The silence here was absolute, broken only by the heart's thrum. It felt like the mire was holding its breath, waiting. Caleb tightened his grip on the sigil. The sigil is the key, Asen. It resonates with this old power, and with you. It should offer a measure of protection. But the heart ... It's amplified by the Maw's influence. We don't know how it will react. He looked from the sigil to Asen, his gaze searching. Your connection... The stirring within you. The Meyer heart might see it as a kindred power or as an intrusion. We go together. Stay close. And trust whatever it was you felt back there with the vortex. Aeson nodded, a knot of apprehension tightening in his stomach. Trust the strange warmth, the involuntary redirecting of energy, the new awareness. It felt less like a conscious ability and more like a raw, unpredictable reaction. But what choice did they have? The path, the only visible path, lay through the deadly pool. All right, Aeson said, pushing down the fear. Let's go. Caleb gave a short, grim nod. He held the sigil out slightly before him, its light brightening as they took the first tentative step onto the edge of the black water. The surface was like glass, reflecting the glowing crystals and the pulsing heart in distorted, shimmering patterns. As Aeson's boot broke the surface, a chill shot up his leg, far colder than mere water. It was the searing, draining cold he had felt in the vortex, but amplified. It didn't just chill his skin. It felt like it was trying to suck the warmth, the life, from his very core. He gasped, his muscles tensing instinctively. Beside him, Caleb seemed to brace himself, the lines on his face deepening with strain. The Trelvix sigil flared, casting a soft, coppery light around them, a small bubble of warmth and resistance against the encroaching cold. It helped, blunting the edge of the draining sensation, but the feeling of being leached away persisted. They moved slowly, carefully, following the faint trail across the black water. Each step was a conscious effort, fighting against the insidious pull. The water didn't seem to have a bottom. It was just endless, swirling blackness under their feet, reflecting the alien light of the heart and the surrounding crystals. The thrumming of the Meyer heart grew louder, more insistent, vibrating through the water and into their bodies. It wasn't just a sound anymore. It was a pressure, a consciousness. Aeson felt like he was being scanned, probed, his very being analyzed by this ancient, glowing entity. The draining sensation intensified as they neared the center of the pool. Aeson felt his energy waning, a profound weariness settling over him. His thoughts felt sluggish, distant. He saw the glowing crystals around them, their light mesmerizing, almost hypnotic. He felt a strange urge to just stop, to sink into the black water, to let the cold take him, to join the stillness. Just let go. A whisper seemed to echo in the thrumming, not in his ears, but in his mind. It's easier. Peace. Panic flared, a cold counterpoint to the draining warmth. This wasn't just physical. It was a mental assault, the heart trying to break his will. He looked at Caleb, whose jaw was clenched, his eyes narrowed with fierce concentration, his hand trembling slightly as he held the sigil. The old man was fighting it too, but he was older, his strength more limited. He couldn't give up. He couldn't let Caleb down. He couldn't let this thing break him. Focus. He had to focus. He remembered the warmth he had felt earlier, the surge that had countered the vortex. It wasn't just a reaction. It was his. It was part of him, tied to the sigil, to the keep, to whatever ancient heritage Caleb spoke of. He reached out internally, searching for that feeling, that connection. It was buried beneath the layers of fear and exhaustion and the mire heart's oppressive pull. But it was there, a faint ember glowing in the cold. He grasped it, nurturing it. He focused on the Trovik's sigil in Caleb's hand, on the faint warmth it radiated. He focused on Caleb himself, on the trust the old man had placed in him. He focused on the encroaching twilight, on Decanix, on the need to keep going. As he focused, the ember within him flared. The warmth spread, a powerful, vibrant surge that pushed back against the draining cold of the water and the mental pull of the mire heart. It wasn't through resistance, not opposition, but a resonance, a harmony that seemed to confuse the heart. The thrumming faltered for a fraction of a second, a stutter in its relentless rhythm. The iridescent light of the surrounding crystals flickered. Asen felt the draining sensation lessen, replaced by a tingling energy that flowed into him from the water, drawn by the resonance of his own power. It wasn't a pleasant feeling, raw and untamed, but it was strength, not depletion. He saw Caleb's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of renewed hope in them. What is this? The mental whisper returned, sharper this time, devoid of the false promise of peace. You are not merely of the blood. You are ... awakened. The mire heart pulsed harder, faster. The water around them churned, though the surface remained unervingly still. The surrounding crystals intensified their glow, the light becoming almost painful to look at, swirling into disorienting patterns. The thrumming became a frantic, chaotic beat, no longer hypnotic but aggressive. The mire heart saw him as a threat. It was actively fighting back now. Asen felt the energy flowing into him intensify, becoming overwhelming. It was too much, too fast, raw power coursing through his veins like liquid fire. He felt his head swim, his vision blur at the edges. He was resonating with the heart, drawing power from this convergence point, but it was dangerous, uncontrolled. He squeezed his eyes shut, focusing inward again. He didn't just need to draw the power, he needed to control it. He thought of the sigil, its intricate carvings, its purpose as a key, a focus. He imagined the energy flowing into him, being channeled, shaped, directed by the sigil's design. He held out his free hand, the one not gripping Caleb, palm open towards the Meyer heart. He didn't know why he did it. It was pure instinct. He focused his intent, not to fight the heart, but to pass. To use its power, not to destroy it, but to facilitate their journey. As he extended his hand, the Trovic sigil in Caleb's hand seemed to respond. Its coppery veins flared with a brilliant golden light, brighter than anything they had seen in the mire. The light shot out, a beam connecting the sigil to Asen's outstretched hand, then from his hand to the thrumming mire heart. The chaotic thrumming instantly smoothed, returning to its slow, powerful rhythm, but softer now, almost accepting. The churning water settled. The blinding glare of the crystals subsided to a gentle glow. The intense flow of energy into Asen lessened, becoming a steady, manageable current, channeled and focused through the link with the sigil. The path across the water solidified beneath their feet. It wasn't solid ground, but the black water seemed to grow dense, supporting their weight, no longer trying to pull them down. They walked the rest of the way across the pool, the mire heart pulsing gently beside them, the connection between it, the sigil, and Asen, a tangible thing. The draining cold was gone, replaced by the steady, warm hum of aligned energy. Right, like stepping into a current that was meant to carry them. They reached the other side, stepping onto slightly firmer ground that felt cool and damp beneath their boots, free of the mire's usual clinging muck. The connection to the mire heart lessened as they moved away, the golden beam fading, the sigil's light returning to its steady pulse. The thrumming gradually receded behind them, a powerful presence that had shifted from hostile guardian to something else. Asen stumbled, collapsing onto the damp ground, breathless. The surge of energy was still there, a vibrant hum beneath his skin, exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. He looked back at the pool, at the still black water and the softly pulsing mire heart in the center. "You did it," Caleb said, his voice filled with wonder. He knelt beside Asen, his eyes shining with something akin to awe. "You didn't just resist it, Asen. You resonated with it. You channeled it through the sigil. I've never seen anything like it." Asen shook his head, still trying to catch his breath. "I don't know what I did. Happened again." I felt the pull and then the warmth, and I thought of the sigil, and I just reached out. That reaching out, Caleb said softly, that was your power, Aeson, your heritage, the blood remembering. The sigil is a key, yes, but it's also a focus. It amplifies and channels what's already there, waiting within you. He looked at Aeson, his gaze intense. You didn't just pass the test, Aeson. You mastered it. The mire heart, amplified by the maw, saw you as a threat, tried to consume you. But your own awakening power, guided by instinct and the sigil, turned its energy into a path. That's significant, more significant than you know. Aeson looked at his hand, the one he had instinctively reached out. It felt strange, alive with a subtle energy he hadn't noticed before. He flexed his fingers, amazed. He had faced a creature of ancient lore, a guardian of raw, amplified power, and he hadn't just survived. He had somehow turned its own strength to his advantage. The hesitant, unassuming person he had been felt impossibly far away. He pushed himself up, still trembling slightly, but a new feeling mixed with the fear, a cautious spark of something like confidence. Where where do we go now? He asked, looking out into the landscape beyond the pool. The mist here was different. It wasn't the same clinging, oppressive gray. It was thinner, lighter, and imbued with a faint, pearlescent shimmer. The air was still cool, but it smelled cleaner, less of decay and more of damp stone and something faintly metallic, like ozone. The ground underfoot was no longer sucking mud, but felt firmer, a mix of damp earth and scattered, smooth gray stones. The phosphorescent fungi were still present, but their colors were softer, less garish, pulsing, with a gentle, rhythmic light. The sounds of the mire were gone, completely. The silence here was not empty, but full, a deep, resonant quiet that felt ancient and profound. We are closer, Caleb said, his voice low. This is the outer veil. The mire heart was the final guardian of the direct path. Now we navigate the layers of magic and silence that surround Yuf Keep. He gestured towards the mist ahead, which seemed to deepen into an impenetrable wall a short distance away. The keep isn't just hidden, it's veiled from this world. These layers, they are designed to deter, to confuse, to lose anything that isn't meant to find it, or anything the maw tries to use to find it. They moved forward into the pearlescent mist. The change in terrain was immediate and striking. The ground became a uniform expanse of smooth gray stone, worn smooth by unimaginable ages, covered in a fine layer of damp moss. The air grew colder, the silence deeper. The light from the fungi faded entirely, replaced by the faint internal glow of the mist itself and the occasional, ethereal shimmer of light that seemed to have no source. This part of the mire wasn't physically treacherous in the same way the previous sections had been. There was no sucking mud, no tangled roots, no hidden sinkholes. But the danger here was different, more subtle, more insidious. As they walked, the mist began to shift, coalescing into vague, shifting shapes at the edge of their vision. They weren't solid, but they felt like presences, watching, waiting. Asen felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling of being observed. "Don't look directly at the shapes," Caleb warned, his voice barely a whisper in the profound silence. "They are illusions, created by the veil, designed to disorient, to draw you off the path, or to make you question your own senses." Asen focused on the ground in front of him, on the rhythmic sound of their footsteps, the only sound in this silent realm. He could still see the shapes in his peripheral vision, figures that seemed to beckon, fleeting glimpses of impossible landscapes, shifting walls that weren't there. He felt a growing pressure in his mind, a subtle urge to follow one of the illusions, to explore the impossible paths they seemed to reveal. He remembered the mental assault from the Meyer heart, the whisper of peace. This felt similar, but weaker, more diffuse. A constant, low-level psychological pressure. He instinctively reached out with his new awareness, the sense that had allowed him to navigate the Meyer's energy fields. He focused on the mist, on the shifting shapes. He could sense energy here too, but it was different. It wasn't raw and chaotic like the Meyer heart. It was controlled, deliberate, woven into the very fabric of the mist. It felt like a complex tapestry of subtle magical currents. He realized the illusions weren't just random images. They were projections powered by these currents. And the path they were on, the way through the mist, wasn't physical either. It was a disruption in the pattern, a place where the woven magic was slightly different. The sigil nestled in Caleb's hand pulsed with a faint, steady light, a soft counter-frequency to the mist's magic, highlighting this subtle difference. He began to trust this sense again, this internal compass. He could feel the threads of magic, the places where they were stronger, where the illusions were more potent, and the narrow, less pressured paths between them. He didn't need to see the path with his eyes. He could feel it with this new awareness. The path is subtle, Caleb murmured, as if sensing Aeson's focus. It requires discernment. The veil hides the obvious and highlights the false. I think I can feel it, Aeson said, his voice hushed. Like like currents. The path feels different from the illusions. Caleb stopped, turning to look at him, his eyes wide with surprise again. You can sense the veil's weave? Aeson nodded slowly. Yes, it's like the Myers energy, but more ordered. The illusions feel like knots in the weave. The path feels like a thread pulled straight. A slow smile spread across Caleb's weathered face. It was a rare sight, transforming his gruff features. The blood remembers, he said softly. The keep's veil is tied to the lineage. It responds to those of the blood, those attuned to its frequency. Your awakening, it's giving you this sight. He held out the sigil. The sigil helps focusing the resonance, but it's your connection that makes the difference. He gestured ahead. Lead the way, Aeson. Trust that sense. The veil is meant to be passed not by brute force or cleverness, but by resonance, by recognizing the true path woven into the illusion. Taking a deep breath, Aeson stepped forward, letting his new awareness guide him. He felt the subtle currents of magic, the points of pressure where the illusions shimmered most intensely. He steered them away from them, following the quieter threads, the path that felt. It wasn't easy. The illusions were persistent. They showed him things designed to prey on his fears, impossible falls into black voids, walls closing in, the terrifying face of the mire behemoth looming out of the mist, distorted and huge. They showed him temptations, glimpses of serene landscapes, clear water, the illusion of his old, quiet life waiting just off the path. He forced himself to ignore them, to focus only on the subtle shifts and the magical currents, on the faint guidance of the sigil's resonance. Caleb walked close behind him, a silent, trusting presence. Aeson felt a surge of determination. He wouldn't be fooled. He wouldn't be deterred. He had faced the mire heart. He could face illusions. Hours passed in the silent, shimmering mist. The world outside the veil seemed utterly gone. There was only the pearlescent gray, the shifting illusions, the deep silence, and the subtle guidance of Aeson's new sense. He found himself growing more adept at reading the currents, the path becoming clearer, his steps more confident. The pressure in his mind lessened as he became more attuned to the veil's magic, less susceptible to its influence. The air gradually grew colder, the silence even more profound. The pearlescent mist began to thin, slowly, reluctantly, revealing glimpses of massive, dark shapes ahead. They were too large to be trees, too regular to be rock formations. They looked like dot, dot, dot walls, ancient and possibly thick walls, built of dark stone that seemed to absorb the light. As the mist continued to recede, the scale of the structure became apparent. It was colossal, a fortress rising from the silent ground, its walls disappearing into the remaining mist high above. It wasn't just a building. It felt like a mountain carved into shape, ancient and imposing. Unused keep. It wasn't dilapidated or ruined. It was intact, perfectly preserved, as if time had bypassed this place entirely. The stone was dark, almost black, etched with faint, glowing lines of the same coppery metal that veined the Trolvik's sigil. These lines pulsed with a soft, internal light, a mirror of the sigil in Caleb's hand. The silence here was different again. It wasn't the profound quiet of the veil. It was a stillness that felt watchful, expectant. The air hummed with a powerful, contained energy, different from the raw chaos of the mire or the woven subtlety of the veil. This was ancient, deliberate power, locked away, waiting. They stood before the base of the wall, dwarfed by its immense scale. The sheer size of it was breathtaking, humbling. The stone felt cool and solid beneath Asim's outstretched hand, emanating a faint vibration that resonated with the hum in the air and the pulse within him. Unyif Keep, Caleb breathed, his voice filled with reverence and relief. We made it. Asim could only nod, gazing up at the towering walls. It was real. The mythical sanctuary, the key to Decanix's salvation. And he was here. Thomas Asen Caldwell, the unassuming person, standing at its base, guided by an old man and a glowing artifact, his own body humming with newfound, terrifying energy. But reaching the keep was one thing. Getting inside was another. The walls were seamless. No visible gates or entrances. The coppery lines etched into the stone pulsed, forming intricate patterns that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves like a complex lock. The entrance, Caleb said, stepping closer to the wall, tracing the glowing lines with a calloused finger. It's not a physical door. It's sealed by the same magic that created the veil, tied to the bloodline, to the sigil. The sigil is the key. It resonates with the keep's heart, but it needs your touch, your resonance, to complete the circuit, to unlock the entrance. Caleb held out the Trolvik sigil to Asen. It felt heavier now, warmer, pulsing in time with the lines on the wall. Aeson hesitated for a moment, looking at the ancient artifact, the symbol of his unwanted destiny. Then he took it. As his fingers closed around the sigil, the coppery veins flared, brighter than before. The warmth within him intensified, spreading from his chest to his fingertips. He felt a profound sense of connection, as if the sigil was an extension of himself, and through it, he was connected to the pulsing energy of the keep walls. "Place it against the wall," Caleb instructed softly. Where the patterns seemed to converge, Aeson approached the wall, guided by his instinct, his sense of the energy flows. He felt the strongest concentration of energy at a point where several of the glowing patterns intersected, forming a complex geometric design. He raised the sigil, holding it flat against the cold stone. As the sigil touched the wall, there was a soft, resonant chime that echoed in the profound silence. The coppery lines on the wall around the sigil flared with blinding light, spreading outwards like ripples on a pond. The sigil itself seemed to merge with the stone, the glowing veins on its surface aligning perfectly with the patterns on the wall. The stone where the sigil rested became translucent, shimmering with golden light. Aeson felt a powerful surge of energy flow from the keep into the sigil, and through the sigil into him. It was overwhelming, pure power flooding his senses, exhilarating and terrifying. He gasped, bracing himself against the wall, the sigil pressed firmly against the stone. The shimmering, translucent section of the wall expanded, peeling back like a curtain of light, revealing not darkness but a passage bathed in soft, warm light. It wasn't stone within, but a shimmering, ethereal pathway that seemed to lead into the very heart of the keep. The entrance was open. Aeson lowered the sigil, which was now cool to the touch but still pulsing faintly. The opening remained, a beacon of light in the still, silent realm outside the keep. "You did it, Aeson," Caleb said, his voice full of emotion. "You unlocked the way. The keep recognizes you." Aeson stared at the entrance, his heart pounding. He had faced the mire, its creatures, its magic, its psychological assaults. He had faced the mire heart and his own fear. And now he stood before the entrance to Unyuf Keep, the sanctuary of prophecy, the source of power needed to fight the Vexia Maw. The journey had been terrifying, transformative. He was no longer the unassuming person who had been thrust onto this path. He had faced his fears, discovered a hidden strength within him, and proven his connection to the ancient power. But this was just the entrance. What lay within the keep? What secrets did it hold? What power awaited him, and what final challenges would he face to unlock it and fulfill a destiny he still barely understood? He looked at Caleb, who was gazing at the entrance with a mixture of hope and apprehension. He looked back at the shimmering passage, the soft light beckoning them inward. The weight of his destiny settled upon him, heavier than the sigil, more daunting than the mire. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. He had come this far. There was no turning back. "Let's go," Aeson said, his voice steady, infused with a newfound resolve. He stepped towards the shimmering entrance, the Trollvik's sigil clutched in his hand, ready to face whatever lay within Unyuf Keep. The air inside felt different, warmer, filled with a deep, resonant hum that felt like the heartbeat of the ancient fortress itself, a sound that both welcomed and warned them of the power contained within its timeless walls. The mire heart pulsed, a slow, deep thrumming that resonated in Aeson's bones, a frequency lower and more ancient than sound. It hovered above the still black water of the pool, a dark crystal veined with the same coppery light that marked the Trollvik's sigil. The air around it wasn't just thick with energy. It felt hungry. The phosphorescent crystalline structures rising from the water, like grotesque teeth, glowed with an intensity that made the rest of the mire seem dim by comparison. A mire heart, Caleb had called it, a convergence point, a guard, a test. Aeson looked at the faint trail across the black water, a path that seemed less defined by physical ground and more by a subtle lessening of the oppressive blackness, leading straight to the thrumming crystal. "It will drain the life," Caleb's words echoed in his mind. He looked at Caleb, the old man's face etched with weariness, but his eyes steady, fixed on the pool. The Trollvik's sigil in Caleb's hand pulsed, its light a mirror to the heart's, but smaller, contained. "How do we cross?" Aeson asked, his voice quiet. The silence here was absolute, broken only by the heart's thrum. It felt like the mire was holding its breath, waiting. Caleb tightened his grip on the sigil. "The sigil is the key, Aeson. It resonates with this old power. And with you, it should offer a measure of protection. But the heart ... It's amplified by the maw's influence." "We don't know how it will react." He looked from the sigil to Aeson, his gaze searching. "Your connection, the stirring within you, the mire heart might see it as a kindred power or as an intrusion. We go together, stay close, and trust whatever it was you felt back there with the vortex." Aeson nodded, a nod of apprehension tightening in his stomach. trust the strange warmth, the involuntary redirecting of energy, the new awareness. It felt less like a conscious ability and more like a raw, unpredictable reaction. But what choice did they have? The path, the only visible path, lay through the deadly pool. "All right," Asen said, pushing down the fear. "Let's go." Caleb gave a short, grim nod. He held the sigil out slightly before him, its light brightening as they took the first tentative step onto the edge of the black water. The surface was like glass, reflecting the glowing crystals and the pulsing heart in distorted, shimmering patterns. As Asen's boot broke the surface, a chill shot up his leg, far colder than mere water. It was the searing, draining cold he had felt in the vortex, but amplified. It didn't just chill his skin. It felt like it was trying to suck the warmth, the life, from his very core. He gasped, his muscles tensing instinctively. Beside him, Caleb seemed to brace himself, the lines on his face deepening with strain. The Trovik's sigil flared, casting a soft, coppery light around them, a small bubble of warmth and resistance against the encroaching cold. It helped, blunting the edge of the draining sensation, but the feeling of being leached away persisted. The cold wasn't just on the surface. It seeped inward, a creeping numbness that threatened to slow their steps, to dull their minds. Each footfall into the black liquid felt like plunging into an icy void, and the strength seemed to drain from their legs with every lift. They moved slowly, carefully, following the faint trail across the black water. Each step was a conscious effort, fighting against the insidious pull. The water didn't seem to have a bottom. It was just endless, swirling blackness under their feet, reflecting the alien light of the heart and the surrounding crystals. The air above the water felt heavy, charged with the heart's energy, pressing down on them like a physical weight. The thrumming of the mire heart grew louder, more insistent, vibrating through the water and into their bodies. It wasn't just a sound anymore. It was a pressure, a consciousness. Asen felt like he was being scanned, probed, his very being analyzed by this ancient, glowing entity. It felt invasive, violating, like unseen tendrils, reaching into the deepest parts of his mind and spirit. The draining sensation intensified as they neared the center of the pool. Asen felt his energy waning, a profound weariness settling over him. His thoughts felt sluggish, distant. The vibrant colors of the crystals seemed to blur and swirl at the edge of his vision, their light pulsing in time with the heart's thrum, a disorienting visual echo of the internal pressure. He saw the glowing crystals around them, their light mesmerizing, almost hypnotic. They seemed to twist and morph, forming shapes that weren't there, whispering promises of rest, of an end to the struggle. He felt a strange urge to just stop, to sink into the black water, to let the cold take him, to join the stillness. The water looked so peaceful, so final. Just let go. A whisper seemed to echo in the thrumming, not in his ears, but in his mind. It was a soft, seductive voice, gentle as a lullaby. It's easier. Peace. The struggle is over. Just rest. Panic flared, a cold counterpoint to the draining warmth. This wasn't just physical. It was a mental assault. The heart trying to break his will, to lure him into surrender. He looked at Caleb, whose jaw was clenched, his eyes narrowed with fierce concentration, his hand trembling slightly as he held the sigil. The old man was fighting it too, beads of sweat beading on his weathered brow despite the cold. But he was older, his strength more limited, the years weighing heavily on him. The draining effect seemed even more pronounced on Caleb, the coppery light of the sigil battling valiantly against the encroaching blackness around him. He couldn't give up. He couldn't let Caleb down. He couldn't let this thing break him, not after everything they had been through, not after Caleb had risked so much for him. He thought of the vast, terrifying realm of Decanix, slowly succumbing to the Vexia Maw's twilight. He thought of the desperate hope in Caleb's eyes, the weight of a prophecy he'd barely understood, but which now rested on his shoulders. Focus. He had to focus. He remembered the warmth he had felt earlier, the surge that had countered the vortex. It wasn't just a reaction. It was his. It was part of him, tied to the sigil, to the keep, to whatever ancient heritage Caleb spoke of. It was a nascent fire within the cold. He reached out internally, searching for that feeling, that connection. It was buried beneath the layers of fear and exhaustion and the mire heart's oppressive pull. It was faint, like a dying ember, but it was there, a spark of warmth in the encroaching cold of his own despair and the mire's draining energy. He grasped it, nurturing it. He fanned the ember with his will, with the desperate need to keep going. He focused on the Trelvic's sigil in Caleb's hand, on the faint warmth it radiated, a counter-frequency to the heart's draining cold. He focused on Caleb himself, on the unwavering, albeit weary, trust the old man had placed in him. He focused on the encroaching twilight, on Decanix, on the need to keep going, to find unused keep, to understand. As he focused, the ember within him flared. The warmth spread, a powerful, vibrant surge that pushed back against the draining cold of the water and the mental pull of the mire heart. It wasn't through resistance, not opposition, but a resonance, a harmony that seemed to confuse the heart. His internal frequency, tied to the sigil and the keep, was somehow aligning with the ancient core of the mire heart, a convergence point of power that recognized a deeper, older connection than the maw's amplification. The thrumming faltered for a fraction of a second, a stutter in its relentless rhythm. The iridescent light of the surrounding crystals flickered, their hypnotic swirling momentarily ceasing. Asen felt the draining sensation lessen, replaced by a tingling energy that flowed into him from the water, drawn by the resonance of his own power. It wasn't a pleasant feeling, raw and untamed, like drinking unfiltered power, but it was strength, not depletion. It was a jolt, a surge that cleared the fog from his mind and invigorated his weary muscles. He saw Caleb's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of renewed hope in them, his grip on the sigil steadying. "What is this?" The mental whisper returned, sharper this time, devoid of the false promise of peace, tinged with alarm. "You are not merely of the blood. You are awakened. A channel. A link." The mire heart pulsed harder, faster. The water around them churned, though the surface remained unervingly still, a black mirror reflecting the escalating turmoil beneath. The surrounding crystals intensified their glow, the light becoming almost painful to look at, swirling into disorienting patterns again, more frantic this time. The thrumming became a frantic, chaotic beat, no longer hypnotic but aggressive, a furious drum against the rising tide of Asen's resonant power. The mire heart saw him as a threat now. It was actively fighting back, not just testing, but trying to overwhelm and suppress this unexpected counter-resonance. Asen felt the energy flowing into him intensify, becoming overwhelming. It was too much, too fast, raw power coursing through his veins like liquid fire, burning away the last vestiges of exhaustion, but threatening to consume him in its intensity. He felt his head swim, his vision blur at the edges. He was resonating with the heart, drawing power from this convergence point, but it was dangerous, uncontrolled, like holding lightning in his bare hands. He was becoming a conduit, and the flow was unstable. He squeezed his eyes shut, focusing inward again. He didn't just need to draw the power. He needed to control it, to shape it, to use it purposefully. He thought of the sigil, its intricate carvings, its purpose as a key, a focus, a tool to channel ancient magic. Caleb had said it amplified and channeled what was already within him. He imagined the energy flowing into him being channeled, shaped, directed by the sigil's design, like water through a carefully constructed aqueduct. He held out his free hand, the one not gripping Caleb, palm open towards the mire heart. He didn't know why he did it. It was pure instinct, a surge of understanding that bypassed conscious thought. He focused his intent, not to fight the heart, but to pass. To use its power, not to destroy it, but to facilitate their journey, to open the way through it. As he extended his hand, focusing his will and the nascent power within him, the Trovic sigil in Caleb's hand seemed to respond. Its coppery veins flared with a brilliant golden light, brighter than anything they had seen in the mire, banishing the swirling, distorted colors of the crystals. The light shot out, a beam connecting the sigil to Asen's outstretched hand, a bridge of pure, focused energy, then from his hand to the thrumming mire heart. The chaotic thrumming instantly smoothed, returning to its slow, powerful rhythm, but softer now, almost accepting, a resonant purr instead of an aggressive beat. The churning water settled. The blinding glare of the crystals subsided to a gentle glow, their colors returning to soft, pulsing hues. The intense flow of energy into Asen lessened, becoming a steady, manageable current, channeled and focused through the link with the sigil, invigorating without overwhelming. The path across the water solidified beneath their feet. It wasn't solid ground, but the black water seemed to grow dense, viscous, supporting their weight, no longer trying to pull them down, becoming a firm, yielding surface that cushioned their steps. They walked the rest of the way across the pool, the mire heart pulsing gently beside them, the golden link between it, the sigil, and Asen, a tangible, vibrating thing in the air. The draining cold was gone, replaced by the steady, warm hum of aligned energy. It felt right, like stepping into a powerful current that was meant to carry them, not drown them. They reached the other side, stepping onto slightly firmer ground that felt cool and damp beneath their boots, free of the mire's usual clinging muck. The ground here was solid, yielding slightly, covered in a thin layer of fine, dark silt. The connection to the mire heart lessened as they moved away, the golden beam fading, the sigil's light returning to its steady, coppery pulse. The thrumming gradually receded behind them, a powerful presence that had shifted from hostile guardian to something that had acknowledged and yielded. Asen stumbled, collapsing onto the damp ground, breathless, the adrenaline draining away to leave him shaky. The surge of energy was still there, a vibrant hum beneath his skin, exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. His hands trembled as he looked back at the pool, at the still black water and the softly pulsing mire heart in the center, its light now a soft, welcoming glow. You. You did it, Caleb said, his voice filled with wonder, awe replacing weariness on his face. He knelt beside Asen, his eyes shining. You didn't just resist it, Asen. You resonated with it. You channeled it through the sigil. I've never seen anything like it. Not like that. Asen shook his head, still trying to catch his breath. The events of the last few minutes feeling surreal. I don't know what I did. It just happened again. I felt the pull and then the warmth, and I thought of the sigil, and I just reached out. I just wanted to get across. That reaching out, Caleb said softly, his voice full of quiet conviction, that was your power, Asen, your heritage. The blood remembering. The sigil is a key, yes, but it's also a focus. It amplifies and channels what's already there, waiting within you. It gave your intent form. He looked at Asen, his gaze intense, filled with a profound understanding Asen couldn't yet grasp. You didn't just pass the test, Asen. You mastered it. The Mire heart, amplified by the Maw, saw you as a threat, tried to consume you, but your own awakening power, guided by instinct and the sigil, turned its energy into a path. That's significant. More significant than you know. It means the ancient power within you isn't just defensive. It can interact, adapt, find harmony, even with corrupted forces. Asen looked at his hand, the one he had instinctively reached out. It felt strange, alive with a subtle energy he hadn't noticed before, a faint vibration under the skin. He flexed his fingers, amazed, trying to reconcile this person who had faced a creature of ancient lore and a guardian of raw, amplified power with the unassuming life he'd known. He hadn't just survived. He had somehow turned the Mire heart's own strength to his advantage, making a deadly barrier a path. The hesitant, unassuming person he had been felt impossibly far away, a faded photograph from a different life. He pushed himself up, still trembling slightly, but a new feeling mixed with the fear, a cautious spark of something like confidence, like possibility. Where ... "Where do we go now?" he asked, looking out into the landscape beyond the pool, the air already feeling different, cleaner. The mist here was different. It wasn't the same clinging, oppressive gray that had suffocated them throughout the mire. It was thinner, lighter, and imbued with a faint, pearlescent shimmer, like captured moonlight diffused through countless tiny prisms. The air was still cool, carrying the dampness of the swamp, but it smelled cleaner, less of decay and stagnant water, and more of damp stone and something faintly metallic, like ozone or the clean tang of a coming storm, but softer. The ground underfoot was no longer sucking mud, but felt firmer, a mix of damp earth and scattered, smooth gray stones, worn smooth by the passage of unimaginable time. The phosphorescent fungi were still present, clustered more densely here, but their colors were softer, less garish, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic light, pale blues, soft greens, muted purples, creating an ethereal, otherworldly glow. The sounds of the mire were gone, completely. The distant gurgle, the splash, the rustle, the clicking claws, the frustrated thrumming of the behemoth, all silenced. The silence here was not empty, but full, a deep, resonant quiet that felt ancient and profound, as if the very air held its breath, listening. "We are closer," Caleb said, his voice low, a sense of reverence entering his tone. "This is the outer veil." The mire heart was the final guardian of the direct path. Now we navigate the layers of magic and silence that surround Unyuf Keep. He gestured towards the mist ahead, which seemed to deepen into an impenetrable, shimmering wall a short distance away, the pearlescent light thickening into an opaque curtain. The keep isn't just hidden. It's veiled from this world, from the eyes of those who would misuse its power, or those the maw would send. These layers, they are designed to deter, to confuse, to lose anything that isn't meant to find it, or anything the maw tries to use to find it. It's a test of resonance, not strength. They moved forward, stepping into the pearlescent mist. The change in terrain was immediate and striking. The ground became a uniform expanse of smooth gray stone, worn smooth by unimaginable ages, covered in a fine layer of damp moss that felt soft and cool under their boots. The air grew colder, the silence deeper, almost palpable, pressing in on them. The faint light from the fungi faded entirely as they moved deeper into the veil, replaced by the faint internal glow of the mist itself and the occasional ethereal shimmer of light that seemed to have no source, appearing and disappearing like distant heat lightning. This part of the mire wasn't physically treacherous in the same way the previous sections had been. There was no sucking mud, no tangled roots, no hidden sinkholes to swallow them whole. But the danger here was different, more subtle, more insidious. It was a danger to the mind, to perception, to the very sense of reality. As they walked, the mist began to shift, coalescing into vague, shifting shapes at the edge of their vision. They weren't solid, but they felt like presences, watching, waiting. They moved just outside of direct sight, flickering in the periphery. Asen felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling of being observed by countless unseen eyes, judged, tested. Don't look directly at the shapes, Caleb warned, his voice barely a whisper in the profound silence, a sound that felt loud in the quiet air. They are illusions, created by the veil's magic, designed to disorient, to draw you off the path, to make you question your own senses, your own mind, to lose you in the layers. Asen forced himself to focus on the ground in front of him, on the rhythmic sound of their footsteps on the smooth stone, the only sound in this silent realm. He could still see the shapes in his peripheral vision, figures that seemed to beckon, shimmering forms that hinted at impossible beauty or terrible danger, fleeting glimpses of impossible landscapes, shifting walls that weren't there, paths that led nowhere. He felt a growing pressure in his mind, a subtle urge to follow one of the illusions, to explore the impossible paths they seemed to reveal, a curiosity laced with an unsettling compulsion. It felt like the mire heart's mental assault, but diffused, spread thin over the entire landscape, a constant, low-level psychological pressure designed to wear them down, to make them doubt, to make them lose their way. He instinctively reached out with his new awareness, the sense that had allowed him to navigate the mire's energy fields and resonate with the heart. He focused on the mist, on the shifting shapes, on the palpable silence. He could sense energy here too, but it was different. It wasn't raw and chaotic like the mire heart. It was controlled, deliberate, intricate, woven into the very fabric of the mist, a complex, ordered pattern of subtle magical currents, like a finely spun web. He realized the illusions weren't just random images. They were projections powered by these currents, given form by the veil's magic. And the path they were on, the way through the mist, wasn't physical either. It was a disruption in the pattern, a place where the woven magic was slightly different, less dense, less active, a subtle thread running through the complex weave. The sigil, nestled in Caleb's hand, pulsed with a faint, steady light, a soft counter-frequency to the mist's magic, a resonant hum that seemed to highlight this subtle difference in the weave, pointing the way. He began to trust this sense again, this internal compass that had guided him through the mire heart. He could feel the threads of magic, the places where they were stronger, where the illusions were more potent, where the pressure was greatest, and the narrow, less pressured paths between them. He didn't need to see the path with his eyes. He could feel it with this new awareness, a subtle pull, a sense of rightness that guided his steps. The path is subtle, Caleb murmured, as if sensing Aeson's focus, his gaze fixed on the ground ahead, relying on Aeson's lead. It requires. Discernment. The veil hides the obvious and highlights the false. It feeds on doubt and distraction. I think I can feel it, Aeson said, his voice hushed, focusing on the subtle currents, like like currents in water. The path feels different from the illusions, less noisy somehow. Caleb stopped, turning to look at him fully, his eyes wide with surprise again, a flicker of wonder replacing the grim determination. You can sense the veil's weave, the threads of its magic. Aeson nodded slowly, concentrating, feeling the subtle push and pull around them. Yes, it's like the mire's energy, but more ordered. The illusions feel like knots in the weave, tangled and loud. The path feels like a thread, pulled straight, quiet and clear. A slow smile spread across Caleb's weathered face. It was a rare sight, transforming his gruff features, lighting up his weary eyes. The blood remembers, he said softly, a note of profound satisfaction in his voice. The keep's veil is tied to the lineage, to the ancient magic of its founders. It responds to those of the blood, those attuned to its frequency. Your awakening, it's giving you this sight, this sense. You are seeing the world as the founders did, perceiving the layers of magic they wove. He held out the sigil slightly. The sigil helps focusing the resonance, amplifying your connection, but it's your connection that makes the difference. It's unlocking your birthright. He gestured ahead, deeper into the pearlescent haze. Lead the way, Aeson. Trust that sense. The veil is meant to be passed, not by brute force or cleverness, but by resonance, by recognizing the true path woven into the illusion, by walking the threads the blood remembers. Taking a deep breath, steeling himself, Aeson stepped forward, letting his new awareness guide him. He felt the subtle currents of magic, the points of pressure where the illusions shimmered most intensely, drawing the eye, tempting the mind. He steered them away from them, following the quieter threads, the path that felt right, like following an invisible stream through the mist. It wasn't easy. The illusions were persistent, designed to be utterly convincing, to prey on the deepest fears and desires. They showed him things designed to prey on his fears, impossible falls into black voids opening in the stone, the walls closing in to crush them, the terrifying face of the mire behemoth looming out of the mist, distorted and huge, its clicking mandibles inches from his face. They showed him temptations, glimpses of serene landscapes bathed in warm sunlight, clear water, the illusion of his old, quiet life waiting just off the path, beckoning him back to safety and obscurity. He saw faces he knew, people from his past life calling his name, asking why he left, urging him to return. Each illusion was a test, a pull away from the true path. He forced himself to ignore them, to focus only on the subtle shifts in the magical currents, on the faint guidance of the sigil's resonance humming in his hand, echoing the hum within him. Caleb walked close behind him, a silent, trusting presence, his faith a tangible support. Aeson felt a surge of determination, a quiet resolve hardening within him. He wouldn't be fooled. He wouldn't be deterred. He had faced the physical dangers of the mire, the raw power of the mire heart, and the mental assault of the mire heart's whisper. He could face illusions and psychological pressure. He would trust his blood, his instinct, the sigil, and Caleb's faith. Hours passed in the silent, shimmering mist, a timeless, disorienting journey. The world outside the veil seemed utterly gone, replaced by this ethereal realm. There was only the pearlescent gray, the shifting illusions, the deep silence broken only by their footsteps, and the subtle guidance of Aeson's new sense, the internal compass pointing the way through the woven magic. He found himself growing more adept at reading the currents, the path becoming clearer, his steps more confident, less hesitant. The pressure in his mind lessened as he became more attuned to the veil's magic, less susceptible to its insidious influence, his own presence becoming a steady anchor in the shimmering chaos. The air gradually grew colder, the silence even more profound, pressing in on them until it felt like cotton in their ears. The pearlescent mist began to thin, slowly, reluctantly, revealing glimpses of massive, dark shapes ahead, like the outlines of giants sleeping under a gray blanket. They were too large to be trees, too regular to be rock formations. They looked like dot walls, ancient and possibly thick walls, built of dark stone that seemed to absorb the light, making the air around them feel heavier, colder. As the mist continued to recede, peeling back like a magnificent curtain, the scale of the structure became apparent. It was colossal, a fortress rising from the silent ground, its walls disappearing into the remaining mist high above, reaching towards the unseen sky. It wasn't just a building. It felt like a mountain carved into shape, ancient and imposing, radiating an aura of immense power and profound age. Unyif Keep. It wasn't dilapidated or ruined as many ancient structures were. It was intact, perfectly preserved, the stone sharp and clean, as if time had bypassed this place entirely, frozen it in its prime. The stone was dark, almost black, absorbing the faint ambient light, etched with faint, glowing lines of the same coppery metal that veined the Trovic sigil. These lines pulsed with a soft, internal light, a mirror of the sigil in Caleb's hand, connecting them visually and energetically to the vast structure before them. The silence here was different again. It wasn't the profound quiet of the vale, or the oppressive silence of the Meyer Hart's pool. It was a stillness that felt watchful, expectant, like the air before a storm, charged with potential energy. The air hummed with a powerful, contained energy, different from the raw chaos of the mire, or the woven subtlety of the vale. This was ancient, deliberate power, carefully locked away, waiting. They stood before the base of the wall, dwarfed by its immense scale, feeling insignificant against the sheer magnitude of the ancient fortress. The sheer size of it was breathtaking, humbling, inspiring. The stone felt cool and solid beneath Asim's outstretched hand, reaching out instinctively to touch the ancient surface, emanating a faint vibration that resonated with the hum in the air and the pulse within him. Unyif keep, Caleb breathed, his voice filled with reverence and profound relief, the gruffness softened by awe. We made it. Against all odds, we are here. Aeson could only nod, gazing up at the towering walls that seemed to scrape the sky. It was real. The mythical sanctuary, the heart of the prophecy, the key to Decanix's salvation. And he was here. Thomas Aeson Caldwell, the unassuming person, standing at its base, guided by an old man and a glowing artifact, his own body humming with newfound, terrifying energy that now felt less terrifying and more part of him. But reaching the keep was one thing. Getting inside was another. The walls were seamless. No visible gates or entrances, just endless, dark stone etched with the glowing patterns. The coppery lines etched into the stone pulsed, forming intricate patterns that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves subtly, like a complex lock composed of light and energy. The entrance, Caleb said, stepping closer to the wall, tracing the glowing lines with a calloused finger, following their intricate paths. It's not a physical door. It's sealed by the same magic that created the veil, tied to the bloodline, to the sigil. It only opens for those it recognizes. He looked at Aeson, his gaze steady, expectant. The sigil is the key. It resonates with the keep's heart, with the power locked within these walls. But it needs your touch, your resonance, your blood, to complete the circuit, to unlock the entrance. You are the living part of the key, Aeson. Caleb held out the Trelvic sigil to Aeson. It felt heavier now than it had before, warmer, pulsing in time with the lines on the wall, a shared heartbeat of ancient magic. Aeson hesitated for a moment, looking at the ancient artifact, the symbol of his unwanted destiny, the thing that had started this terrifying journey. The weight of it felt immense, but also strangely comforting, familiar. Then he took it. As his fingers closed around the sigil, gripping the cool, polished stone, the coppery veins flared, brighter than before, a soft golden light spilling onto his hand. The warmth within him intensified, spreading from his chest to his fingertips, meeting the warmth of the sigil. He felt a profound sense of connection, as if the sigil was an extension of himself, and through it he was connected to the pulsing energy of the keep walls, to the very essence of this ancient place. Place it against the wall, Caleb instructed softly, his voice barely above a whisper in the expectant silence. Where the patterns seem to converge, where the energy feels strongest. Aeson approached the wall, guided by his instinct, his sense of the energy flows that now felt like a second sight. He felt the strongest concentration of energy at a point where several of the glowing patterns intersected, forming a complex geometric design of incredible beauty and intricate detail. He raised the sigil, holding it flat against the cold stone, his hand trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the sheer power radiating from the wall and within him. As the sigil touched the wall, there was a soft, resonant chime, a pure, clear tone that echoed in the profound silence, vibrating deep within his chest. The coppery lines on the wall around the sigil flared with blinding light, a golden wave spreading outwards like ripples on a pond, encompassing a large section of the wall. The sigil itself seemed to merge with the stone, the glowing veins on its surface aligning perfectly with the patterns on the wall, the two becoming one, a key fitting into an ancient lock. The stone where the sigil rested became translucent, shimmering with golden light, the solid rock transforming into pure, luminous energy. Aeson felt a powerful surge of energy flow from the keep into the sigil, and through the sigil into him. It was overwhelming, pure power flooding his senses, exhilarating and terrifying. But unlike the raw chaos of the mire heart, this felt controlled, ancient, immense. He gasped, bracing himself against the wall, the sigil pressed firmly against the shimmering stone, feeling the energy course through him, a baptism of light and power. The shimmering, translucent section of the wall expanded, peeling back like a curtain of light, dissolving into the air, revealing not darkness, but a passage bathed in soft, warm light, a golden glow that seemed to emanate from within the very air of the corridor. It wasn't stone within, but a shimmering, ethereal pathway that seemed to lead into the very heart of the keep. A corridor of light and energy stretching into the distance. The entrance was open. Aeson lowered the sigil, which was now cool to the touch, but still pulsing faintly in his hand. The opening remained, a beacon of light in the still, silent realm outside the keep, a doorway to the unknown. "You did it, Aeson," Caleb said, his voice full of awe and profound relief. "You unlocked the way. The keep recognizes you. It answers the call of the blood, the call of the key." Aeson stared at the entrance, his heart pounding, his body humming with the residual energy. He had faced the mire, its creatures, its magic, its psychological assaults. He had faced the mire heart and his own fear, and discovered a power within him he never knew existed. And now he stood before the entrance to Unyuf Keep, the sanctuary of prophecy, the source of power needed to fight the Vexia Maw, a place that felt both impossibly ancient and strangely familiar. The journey here had been terrifying, transformative. He was no longer the unassuming person who had been thrust onto this path against his will. He had faced his fears, discovered a hidden strength within him, and proven his connection to the ancient power. But this was just the entrance. What lay within the keep? What secrets did it hold about his heritage, the prophecy, and the Vexia Maw? What power awaited him, and what final challenges would he face to unlock it and fulfill a destiny he still barely understood? The shimmering passage beckoned, a promise and a threat. He looked at Caleb, who was gazing at the entrance, with a mixture of hope and apprehension, the years of waiting etched on his face. He looked back at the shimmering passage, the soft light beckoning them inward, into the heart of the ancient fortress. The weight of his destiny settled upon him, heavier than the sigil, more daunting than the mire, but also tinged with a strange sense of purpose. He took a deep breath, steeling himself, the hum of energy within him, a steadying force. He had come this far. There was no turning back. The twilight was deepening across Decanix, and Unyuf Keep held the only hope. "Let's go," Aeson said, his voice steady, infused with a new-found resolve that surprised even himself. He stepped towards the shimmering entrance, the Trollvik's sigil clutched in his hand, ready to face whatever lay within Unyuf Keep, ready to step into the heart of the prophecy. Standing at its base, guided by an old man and a glowing artifact, his own body humming with newfound, terrifying energy that now felt less terrifying and more ... The light enveloped him, warm and welcoming, and as he crossed the threshold, the shimmering walls sealed shut behind them with another soft, resonant chime, leaving the silent world of the mire outside and plunging them deeper into the ancient mysteries held within the keep's powerful embrace. The passage ahead pulsed softly, guiding them deeper into the fortress's core, towards the secrets and power that awaited. The light enveloped them, warm and welcoming, and as Aeson crossed the threshold, the shimmering wall sealed shut behind them with another soft, resonant chime, leaving the silent world of the mire outside and plunging them deeper into the ancient mysteries held within the keep's powerful embrace. The passage ahead pulsed softly, guiding them deeper into the fortress's core, towards the secrets and power that awaited. Inside, the air was still and cool, carrying the faintest scent of ozone and something like crushed herbs, a clean, dry fragrance utterly unlike the damp decay of the mire. The golden light that filled the passage didn't seem to come from any visible source. It simply was emanating from the very fabric of the walls, the floor, the ceiling. The material wasn't stone, not in the way Aeson knew it. It was smooth, almost like polished obsidian, but it absorbed and diffused the light, giving the passage a soft, ethereal glow. Etched into this material were the same intricate coppery patterns that adorned the outer walls and the Trovic sigil, pulsing with a gentle internal light that mirrored the path ahead. The passage sloped downwards, a long, gentle decline into the heart of the keep. The silence here was different again, not the watchful stillness of the exterior or the oppressive quiet of the mire, but a deep, profound peace, a quiet that felt like the absence of all unnecessary noise, a space meant for thought and resonance. Every sound they made, their footsteps on the smooth floor, the soft brush of their clothes, seemed amplified, echoing slightly in the resonant air. Aeson still clutched the sigil, its cool surface a comforting weight in his hand, its faint pulse syncing with the energy of the passage around them. The overwhelming surge of power Head felt at the entrance had subsided into a steady, vibrant hum beneath his skin, a constant awareness of the energy that permeated this place and flowed within him. It felt less like a separate force and more like a rediscovered part of his own being, awakening after a long slumber. "This is it," Caleb said, his voice hushed with reverence, gazing around at the glowing passage. "The interior, it's just as the old texts described, alive with the keep's power." Aeson nodded, still taking it all in. The sheer scale and perfect preservation were astonishing. After the decay and dangers of the mire, this place felt like a sanctuary, a bastion of ancient power untainted by the encroaching darkness. But it also felt intensely focused, like every atom of the structure had a purpose, a function tied to the power it held. They walked deeper into the keep, the golden passage leading them onward. There were no doors, no junctions, just a continuous downward slope, the walls glowing softly, the coppery patterns scrolling past like an endless, luminous text. As they descended, the temperature grew slightly warmer, the air becoming drier, carrying a faint, sweet scent Asen couldn't quite place, like blooming nightshade mixed with something metallic and clean. He focused his new awareness, the internal sense that had guided him through the veil. Here, the energy wasn't woven into subtle currents. It was dense, layered, like strata of ancient earth, each layer holding a different frequency, a different kind of power or information. He could feel the history of the place pressing in, not as images or sounds, but as a presence of vast, silent consciousness that permeated the stone and the air, observing them. The sigil in his hand thrummed louder as they went deeper, resonating more strongly with these ancient layers. After what felt like an age, though time seemed to lose meaning in the golden passage, the corridor widened. It opened into a vast chamber, circular and high-domed, filled with the same pervasive golden light, but brighter here, more intense, originating from the very center of the room. The walls were lined with towering obsidian-like pillars, also etched with the glowing coppery patterns, reaching up into the unseen dome overhead. And in the center of the chamber, hovering just above a circular platform of the same dark, polished material, was a sphere of pure, shimmering, golden light. It pulsed with a slow, steady beat, like the heart of the keep itself, radiating immense power. This was the source of the light, the origin of the energy that permeated the fortress. Around the platform embedded in the floor were intricate arrangements of crystals, large and multifaceted, catching the light and refracting it in 1,000 different directions, filling the chamber with dazzling, dancing beams. The heart of the keep, Caleb whispered, awe etched on his face. The nexus of its power, the energy source. They approached the central platform, the light intensifying, the hum beneath Asen's skin growing to a vibrant chorus. As he drew closer to the golden sphere, the Trovic sigil in his hand began to pulse with incredible intensity, its coppery veins blazing with golden light, the stone itself feeling warm, almost hot, against his palm. He felt an overwhelming sense of recognition from the sphere, a pull, a connection that went deeper than anything he had felt before, deeper even than the Meyer heart. This power was his, or tied to him, waiting. He stepped onto the circular platform. The moment his boots touched the surface, the glowing patterns on the floor around the platform flared, forming a complex geometric array of light beneath his feet. The golden sphere in the center pulsed brighter, faster, and beams of light shot out from it, connecting to the crystals embedded in the floor, then extending outwards, tracing the glowing patterns on the pillars, filling the chamber with a dynamic network of energy flows. The air filled with a low, resonant hum, a chorus of pure energy that vibrated through Asen's entire being. He felt the power surge through him, immense and pure, channeled by the sigil, amplified by the heart of the keep. It wasn't just energy. It was information, memory, history flooding into his mind in a rush of sensation and understanding. Images flashed before his eyes, not seen externally, but projected directly into his consciousness. He saw figures, ancient and robed, standing in this very chamber, channeling power, weaving magic, building the keep not just of stone, but of light and energy. He saw the construction, the shaping of the dark material, the etching of the coppery patterns, the installation of the crystals, the binding of the keep's heart. He saw them performing rituals, chanting words that resonated with the hum of the chamber, words of protection, of sealing, of waiting. He saw a woman, her face strong and kind, holding a sigil identical to his, standing on the platform reaching out to the keep's heart, her essence merging with its power, sealing it away, preparing it for a future threat. He saw her descendants, a long line stretching through the ages, keeping watch, preserving the knowledge, waiting for the prophecy to unfold. You saw the prophecy itself, unfolding like a luminous scroll, the encroaching darkness, the awakening of the Vexia Maw, the need for the keep's power, the hero of the bloodline, the sigil, the journey through the mire, the resonance with the keep's heart. He saw his own face, superimposed on the images, standing on this platform, holding the sigil, the power surging within him. It wasn't just a history lesson. It was emerging. He felt the memories of his ancestors flow into him, their knowledge, their purpose, their connection to this place. He understood on a fundamental level what this power was, why it was here, and why he was the one meant to access it. He wasn't just Aeson, the unassuming person. He was Aeson of the bloodline, the one destined to awaken the keep's power and stand against the darkness. The vision subsided, leaving him breathless, the hum in the chamber settling back into its steady rhythm, the golden light less blindingly intense. He felt different, fundamentally changed. The power within him was no longer a terrifying, unpredictable force, but a part of him understood, integrated. The knowledge of centuries of a lineage dedicated to this purpose was now his. Caleb was standing beside the platform, watching him with wide, amazed eyes, the sigil he had been holding now back in Aeson's hand, returned by an unspoken command from the keep's magic. "Aeson?" Caleb asked, his voice hesitant. What happened? The light, the energy. Aeson looked at his hands, at the sigil nestled in his palm, its coppery veins now glowing with a soft, constant golden light, mirroring the keep's heart. He felt a profound sense of clarity, of purpose. The fear hadn't vanished entirely, but it was overlaid with a deep-seated resolve, a quiet confidence that came from understanding, from knowing his place in this ancient story. "I saw," Aeson said, his voice steady, calm, resonating with the power that now flowed through him. "I saw the founders. I saw the keep being built. I saw the prophecy, and I saw the line, my line. They were waiting for this, for the Maw, for me." He looked at Caleb, a flicker of the unassuming Aeson returning as he processed the enormity of it. "It's real, Caleb, all of it. The prophecy, the bloodline, the keep. It's all connected." Caleb's weathered face soft with relief and profound satisfaction. "I knew it," he breathed, a tear tracing a path through the dust on his cheek. "I knew the old Thales held truth. The keep recognizes you, Aeson. It has shown you your heritage, the path you're meant to walk." He gestured to the golden sphere. "That is the heart, the repository of the ancient power. To fully wield the keep's strength, you must attune yourself to it, draw the power into yourself, channel it." Aeson looked at the glowing sphere, the pulsing nexus of energy. He had already felt its connection, its resonance, drawing its full power. It felt daunting, terrifying, but also necessary. It was what he was here for. "How?" Aeson asked. The sigil, Caleb said, his voice gaining strength, returning to the tone of the weathered mentor. It is the focus, the channel. It resonates with the heart and with you. It will guide the flow, control the surge, and your will hasten, your intent. The keep answers not just to blood, but to purpose. You must be willing to accept the power, to wield it against them all. Aeson stepped closer to the golden sphere, raising the Trelvic sigil. The sigil pulsed in his hand, pulling him forward, resonating with the heart. He felt a powerful magnetism, an irresistible urge to merge his energy with this ancient power. He closed his eyes, focusing inward, connecting with the hum of energy that now flowed through him, connecting with the sense of purpose that had solidified in his mind. He focused on Decanix, on the encroaching twilight, on the desperate need to fight back. He extended the hand holding the sigil towards the sphere. As he did, the golden light intensified again, and the sphere seemed to stretch, forming a beam of pure energy that connected to the sigil. The light didn't just shine on him. It flowed into him, a river of pure ancient power. It was intense, overwhelming, like being struck by lightning, but the sigil held firm, channeling the energy, distributing it throughout his body, integrating it with the power that was already awakening within him. He felt his body tremble under the strain, a physical transformation occurring on a cellular level. His senses heightened, becoming sharper, more aware of the energy flows around him, the very structure of the keep, the faint, distant thrumming of the Vexia Maw's influence, even through the keep's powerful wards. He felt his strength multiply, his mind sharpen, his connection to the sigil and the keep deepen into an unbreakable bond. It was painful, exhilarating, terrifying, and empowering all at once. The sigil in his hand grew impossibly bright, a miniature sun, its coppery veins blazing with golden fire. The light from the heart of the keep pulsed in perfect synchronicity with the sigil, a unified beat echoing through the chamber, through Aeson's very soul. He felt his heritage, the power of his ancestors, the purpose of the keep, and the weight of the prophecy all converging within him, focused and amplified by the Trelvic sigil. Then, as suddenly as it began, the intense flow subsided. The golden sphere returned to its steady pulse. The sigil in his hand cooled slightly, its light returning to a strong, constant glow. Asen stood on the platform, breathing heavily, his body still humming with residual power, his mind reeling from the integration of such ancient energy. He felt different, stronger, faster, more aware. The unassuming person was still there, the core of who he was, but overlaid with layers of ancient power and purpose. He was no longer just Asen, he was the awakened. Are you are you all right? Caleb asked, stepping onto the platform beside him, his eyes filled with concern. Asen nodded, finding his voice, which felt deeper, richer than before. I think so. It was a lot. But it feels right. Like I was always meant to hold this, to be this. He looked at the sigil, its golden glow reflecting in his eyes. That keeps power. It's part of me now. Caleb placed a hand on his shoulder, a rare gesture of warmth. You have done it, Asen. You have attuned yourself to the heart. You are the living key, the channel for youth keeps power. The prophecy is fulfilled, in its awakening. He looked around the vast chamber, at the glowing pillars, the radiant heart, but this is only the first step. You have the power, but you must learn to wield it. And the keep holds more than just raw power. It holds the knowledge you will need to understand the Vexia Maw, to find its weakness, to know how to strike. Asen looked beyond the heart of the keep, towards the other passages leading off the main chamber, shrouded in the same soft golden light. He felt the pull of them, a sense of other areas within the keep, holding different kinds of power, different kinds of knowledge. The keep was a repository, a fortress built not just for power, but for wisdom, for strategy, for the long war against the darkness. Where do we go now? Asen asked, the question no longer born of hesitation, but of a quiet determination to learn what he needed to learn, to do what he needed to do. The archives, Caleb said, his gaze settling on one of the passages leading off the chamber, a faint, almost imperceptible difference in the pattern of the glowing lines on the wall, marking it out. They keep records everything, Asen. The history of our line, the struggles against the darkness in ages past, the nature of the Vexia Maw, its strengths, its weaknesses, its origins. The prophecies are held there, not just the words, but the deeper meanings, the strategies that were planned centuries ago, waiting for the one who could enact them. He looked back at Asen, his weary eyes now alight with a spark of hope that had been kindled by Asen's transformation. You have the power, Asen. Now you must gain the knowledge. Only then can you truly fulfill your destiny, truly stand against the encroaching night. Aeson nodded, the weight of his purpose settling heavier on his shoulders, but no longer crushing. He had been given power, and with it, responsibility. He looked at the passage Caleb had indicated, sensing the layers of information, the ancient knowledge stored within. The journey was far from over. Unlocking the keep's power was merely the beginning. He had to understand his enemy, understand the intricate tapestry of the prophecy, understand how to wield the power he now possessed. They left the central chamber, the heart of the keep, pulsing softly behind them, a constant source of power now attuned to Aeson. As they moved into the passage leading towards the archives, the golden light seemed to shift, taking on a more subdued quality, softer, quieter, fitting for a place of learning and reflection. The air grew cooler again, drier, carrying a faint scent of old parchment and dust, even though the keep felt impossibly clean and preserved. The passage was lined with alcoves, filled not with statues or decorations, but with shimmering projections of light, like three-dimensional images suspended in the air. As they passed them, Aeson could sense they were recordings, glimpses of the past, stored within the keep's fabric. Some showed scenes of peace and prosperity in ancient Decanix, vibrant landscapes, bustling cities now lost to time. Others showed scenes of struggle, figures in conflict with shadows, glimpses of the Maw's influence in ages past, pushed back but never truly defeated. They reached a larger chamber, rectangular this time, lined with what appeared to be shelves carved from the same dark material as the walls. The shelves were filled with objects that glowed with internal light, spheres, cylinders, crystalline forms, each radiating a unique frequency, a distinct presence of stored information. This was the archives. Caleb gestured to the objects. The keep does not use parchment or ink, Aeson. Information is stored in resonant forms, keyed to specific frequencies. To access the knowledge, you must attune yourself to the object, resonate with its frequency, and the keep will project the information directly into your mind, just as the heart showed you your heritage. Aeson felt a sense of anticipation mixed with trepidation. Accessing knowledge this way felt intensely personal, invasive, but also incredibly efficient. He looked at the shelves, at the countless glowing forms, each a potential key to understanding the Maw, the prophecy, his own role. Where did he even begin? The prophecy, Caleb said, as if reading his mind, walking towards a section of the shelves where the glowing objects pulsed with a slightly different intensity. We begin with the prophecy. Understand its full scope, its conditions, the challenges that lie ahead. Then we seek knowledge of the Vexia Maw itself. Know your enemy. He reached out and selected a crystalline object that pulsed with a complex, layered light. As he held it, its light intensified, and a faint projection shimmered into existence above it. Ancient symbols, flowing lines of text Asen couldn't read, yet somehow he felt a sense of recognition, of understanding tied to the object's energy. It is keyed to the bloodline, Caleb explained, handing the crystal to Asen. Only one who resonates with the keep and carries the blood can fully access its deeper levels. Place it in your hand, Asen. Focus your intent on understanding. Let the keep's power within you connect with the knowledge held within the crystal. Asen took the crystal. It was cool and smooth, fitting perfectly into his palm, its light pulsing in sync with the sigil still clutched in his other hand. He felt the familiar hum of energy within him, the connection to the keep's heart. He focused his mind, his intent, on the concept of the prophecy, on understanding its secrets, its demands. As he focused, the crystal's light flared, and the ancient symbols and text projected above it became clearer, sharper. Then they dissolved, and a new stream of images and understanding flowed directly into his mind, similar to the vision from the heart, but more structured, more detailed, like reading a book written in light and thought. He saw the origins of the prophecy, not just as words, but as a response to an ancient threat, a strategic plan laid down by the keep's founders. He saw the cycles of the Maw's influence, its ebb and flow throughout history, a dark tide that periodically rose to threaten Decanix. He saw the requirements of the hero, not just of the blood, but of a specific disposition, someone unassuming, hesitant, who would be forced onto the path, whose latent empathy and courage would be key to wielding the keep's power in a way that countered the Maw's destructive nature. He saw the role of the sigil, not just a key, but a focusing lens, a conduit to prevent the power from overwhelming the wielder, to ensure it was directed with precision and purpose. He saw the journey through the mire as a series of trials designed to awaken the necessary senses and abilities, to prepare the wielder for the power and the knowledge within the keep. The visions and understanding flowed for a long time, detailing aspects of the prophecy that had been lost to time, specific markers and signs, conditions that needed to be met. He learned about the different phases of the Maw's encroachment, the stages of its power, the ways it could be resisted, and the ultimate method required to defeat it. The sheer volume of information was staggering, but the keep's magic integrated it seamlessly into his mind, leaving him with a profound understanding rather than just scattered facts. He learned about the keep's design, its layers of defenses, its purpose as a sanctuary and a weapon. He learned about his own ancestors, their sacrifices, their dedication to preserving this knowledge and power. He saw glimpses of their lives, their struggles, their hopes for the future. It was humbling, overwhelming to realize he was the culmination of centuries of waiting, of preparation. When the flow of information subsided, Asen lowered the crystal, his hand steady, his mind filled with new knowledge, new understanding. The crystal's light returned to a soft pulse. He looked at Caleb, who was watching him with a mixture of anticipation and concern. "I understand now," Asen said, his voice quiet, filled with the weight of what he had learned. The prophecy. It's more than just foretelling. It's a plan, a strategy, laid down by the founders. And the keep, it's the heart of that plan. The power, the knowledge, the defense. He paused, processing the specific details he had absorbed. The Maw? It feeds on despair, on the corruption of natural energy. Its strength is chaos, fragmentation. Its resonance, harmony, unity. That's why the Meyer heart reacted as it did. It was a convergence of raw power, corrupted by the Maw, but its ancient core still resonated with the keep's frequency, with mine. Caleb nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on Asen. The pieces fit, then. The trials you faced in the mire, they were not just obstacles. They were tests, tailored by the keep's ancient magic, designed to see if you had the resonance, the spirit, the ability to connect and channel. The Maw's influence amplifying the dangers only made the tests more critical. And the sigil, Asen continued, looking at the artifact in his hand, its light seeming to pulse with a deeper intelligence now. It doesn't just unlock the keep, it focuses the power, channels it, keeps it stable. Without it, the energy. It would be too much. It's a tuning fork, aligning the keep's power with my own frequency, preventing it from consuming me. He flexed his fingers around it, the connection feeling absolute. The Maw's weakness, Caleb prompted gently. Asen closed his eyes for a moment, recalling the images, the understanding that had flowed from the crystal. It's not invulnerable. Its power is vast, but it's also brittle, in a way. It's a parasite, feeding on life, on light, on harmony. It can corrupt, it can destroy, but it cannot create in the same way. Its influence is a perversion of natural energy that keeps power, the ancient magic. It's pure, creative. It resonates with the fundamental energy of Decanix, of life itself. That resonance, it's anathema to them all. It can disrupt its influence, shatter its hold. He opened his eyes, looking at the glowing objects in the archives, at the vast repository of knowledge. The final confrontation, it won't just be a battle of strength. It will be a battle of frequencies, of resonance. I need to learn how to use the keep's power, focused through the sigil, to counter the maw's specific frequency, to unravel its influence at its source. The archives hold the specifics, the ancient strategies, the techniques the founders devised. The task ahead felt immense, but no longer insurmountable. He had the power, the key, and now the path to the knowledge. He spent hours in the archives, guided by Caleb, selecting crystalline forms, absorbing the ancient wisdom. He learned about the structure of the maw's power, the types of twilight it cast, the nature of its corrupted energy fields. He learned about the different aspects of the keep's magic, how it could be focused for protection, for cleansing, for projection, for disrupting the maw's influence. He practiced, guided by the keep's ambient energy and the sigil's subtle direction, experimenting with focusing the power within him, directing it, shaping it. He discovered that the keep's magic responded not just to his conscious will, but to his intent, his emotion, his connection to Decanix and its people, even those he had never met. His latent empathy, the unassuming nature Caleb had noted, wasn't a weakness, it was a strength. It grounded the immense power, preventing it from becoming cold or destructive, ensuring it was wielded for protection, for healing, for restoring harmony. The keep's founders had foreseen this, designing the prophecy and the tests to select a hero whose nature was the antithesis of the maw's corruption. As he absorbed more knowledge and practiced channeling the power, Asen felt his connection to the sigil and the keep deepen further. The sigil no longer felt like a separate object, but an extension of his own hand, his own will. The keep felt like a vast, silent mentor, guiding his learning, responding to his efforts. They spent days, perhaps weeks, within the archives. Time was fluid in the keep, marked only by the progression of Aeson's learning and the deepening connection he felt to the ancient power. Caleb was a constant presence, guiding him through the vast store of knowledge, offering insights gleaned from the old tales he had studied for years, a bridge between the ancient past and the urgent present. He watched Aeson's transformation with quiet pride, the weariness in his eyes slowly replaced by a steady, unwavering hope. Aeson learned about the keep's defenses, the layers of wards and seals that protected it, not just from physical intrusion, but from the insidious influence of the maw. He learned that while the keep's power could counter the maw's power, if it managed to penetrate the deepest wards, could also corrupt the keep's energy, twist its purpose. This was a constant danger, a reminder that even within this sanctuary, the fight was ongoing. He also learned about the final step, the ultimate activation, the full unleashing of Unyuf Keep's power, focused through him, directed at the heart of the Vexia Maw. This wasn't just about gaining power. It was about becoming the conduit for a force capable of pushing back the perpetual twilight itself. The archives contained the intricate details of this final ritual, the specific alignment of energy frequencies, the focal point within the keep, and the external conditions required. It was a complex undertaking, requiring precise control and immense power. One day Aeson stood before a large, flat slab of the dark, polished material, distinct from the shelves of glowing objects. The coppery patterns etched onto its surface pulsed with a particularly strong light, forming a diagram of incredible complexity, detailing the final stages of the maw's encroachment and the keep's counter-strategy. He placed his hand on the slab, the sigil resonating, and the information flowed into him. This wasn't just history or strategy. It was the immediate state of affairs, updated by the keep's awareness of the external world, filtered through its powerful wards. He saw the Vexia Maw's current position, its rate of expansion, the areas of Decanix already plunged into deep twilight. He saw the concentrations of its corrupted energy, the focal points of its power, and he saw the window of opportunity, a critical phase in the maw's cycle where its power was most exposed, most vulnerable to disruption by the keep's resonant energy. The window was opening now. The time for the final confrontation was fast approaching. When the information finished flowing, Asen stepped back from the slab, his mind clear, his purpose sharp. He looked at Caleb, his gaze meeting the old man's steady eyes. "I know what we need to do," Asen said, his voice firm, devoid of hesitation. "The maw is reaching a critical point in its cycle. Its energy is spread thin, consolidating its hold. That's when it's vulnerable. The keep's power needs to be unleashed now, focused on its nexus." It won't destroy the maw entirely, not in a single strike, but it can disrupt its core, shatter its current hold, push back the twilight. By Decanix time. Time to rebuild, to fight back. Caleb nodded, a grim determination setting on his face. The founders foresaw this phase. It is the moment of greatest risk, but also greatest opportunity. To activate the keep's full power, it is not without consequence. The power required is immense. It will drain the keep's heart, perhaps for centuries. And the conduit, the one channeling the power, the strain will be immense. Asen looked at the sigil in his hand, at the constant golden glow that now felt like a part of him. He understood. The final act wasn't just about wielding power. It was about sacrifice. Becoming the living channel for the keep's immense energy would take its toll. But the alternative, the perpetual twilight, the slow death of Decanix, that was a cost he couldn't bear. "I'm ready," Asen said, his resolve unwavering. "We need to go to the activation sanctum. The archives showed me the way. It's deeper within the keep, closer to the heart's core." Caleb didn't hesitate. "Then let us go. The fate of Decanix rests on this, Asen, on you." They left the archives, the vast repository of knowledge, and moved deeper into the keep. The passages here were different, narrower, the light pulsing with a more urgent rhythm. The air felt charged, potent, the hum of energy within Asen intensifying with every step. The keep itself seemed to sense their purpose, guiding them, preparing them. They descended further, following the pulsing golden lines etched into the dark walls. The passages twisted and turned, a labyrinth of pure energy and ancient design, leading them towards the deepest levels of the fortress. The silence here was absolute, the air vibrating with contained power, a palpable sense of anticipation filling the space. Finally, they reached a large circular chamber, smaller than the central heart chamber, but equally, if not more, potent. In the center was a raised circular platform, identical in material to the one surrounding the keep's heart, but empty. Above it, suspended in the air, was a complex structure of glowing coppery rings, spinning slowly, radiating immense energy. This was the activation sanctum. "This is it," Caleb said, his voice low. "The focal point. The place where the keep's power is gathered and directed. You must stand on the platform, Aeson. Place the sigil in the central node of the ring structure, and channel the heart's power through you into the sanctum's focus. It will take everything you have and more." Aeson stepped onto the platform. The coppery rings above him pulsed, sensing his presence, his resonance. You felt a powerful pull from the structure, a demand for connection, for energy. He raised the Trelvic sigil, its golden light blazing, and felt its own pull towards the central node of the spinning rings. This was the final lock, the final key. He reached up, his hand trembling slightly, not from fear now, but from the sheer magnitude of the power gathering around him. He guided the sigil towards the central point where the rings converged. As it drew closer, the rings spun faster, the sanctum filled with a deafening hum of energy, and beams of golden light shot out from the central heart chamber, flowing through the passages, converging here in the activation sanctum on Aeson. The sigil locked into the central node with a soft click, a perfect fit. The moment it connected, the rings spun into a blur of golden light, and the full, unadulterated power of Unyuf Keep surged through Aeson. It was overwhelming, a million suns exploding within him, pure, raw energy coursing through his veins, threatening to tear him apart. He gasped, arching his back, bracing himself, gripping the edges of the platform, the sigil fixed above him, serving as the conduit, the focusing point. He felt his mind expand, encompassing the vastness of the keep, the energy of Decanix, the insidious presence of the Vexia Maw spreading across the land like a plague. He saw the twilight deepening, heard the faint cries of despair from distant cities. He focused his will, his purpose, the knowledge he had gained from the archives. He channeled his empathy for the land, for its people, into the raw power flowing through him, shaping it, directing it, giving it purpose. He envisioned the Maw's core, a knot of corrupted energy deep within the twilight. He envisioned the keep's resonant frequency, pure and vibrant, a counter-frequency to the Maw's discordant chaos. He focused on unleashing that resonance, a wave of pure energy, a cleansing fire aimed at the heart of the darkness. The sanctum roared with power. Golden light erupted from the rings, from the platform, from Aeson himself, filling the chamber, surging outwards through the keep's structure, flowing towards the outer wards, towards Decanix, towards the Vexia Maw. Caleb stood back, shielded by a shimmering field of light emanating from the platform, watching Aeson, his face a mixture of awe, fear, and unwavering hope. The pressure on Aeson was immense, crushing. It felt like his very being was being compressed, transmuted into pure energy. But the sigil held, and the keep's ancient structure channeled the force, preventing him from disintegrating. He was the bridge, the living connection between the keep's heart and the external world, focusing centuries of stored power into a single, devastating strike. He held the focus, the intent, pouring his strength, his will, his newfound understanding into the torrent of energy flowing through him. He felt the resonance wave surge outwards, a wave of golden light, pushing back against the encroaching gray. He felt it clash with the maw's corrupted energy, a cosmic chord striking a discordant note, causing ripples of disruption through the twilight. He felt the maw's presence recoil, a cry of pain and fury echoing not in his ears, but in the deepest part of his mind, a monstrous roar of violated chaos. The light held. The resonant frequency pulsed, unwavering, driven by Aeson's will and the keep's power. He could feel the maw's hold weakening, the edges of the twilight receding, the pressure on Decanix lessening. It wasn't defeat, not yet, but it was a powerful blow, a disruption of the maw's carefully orchestrated encroachment. The process felt eternal, a timeless struggle between light and darkness, harmony and chaos, focused through his own trembling form. He poured everything he had into it, his strength, his courage, his empathy, his understanding of the stakes. He was no longer just Thomas Aeson Caldwell. He was the conduit, the hero of the prophecy, the living heart of Unyuf Keep's resistance. Finally, the intensity of the energy flow began to lessen. The roaring subsided to a powerful hum. The blinding light softened. The spinning rings slowed. Aeson collapsed onto the platform, breathless, exhausted, every muscle aching, every nerve singing with residual energy. The sigil remained fixed in the node, its golden light still strong, but no longer blazing. He looked up towards the passages leading away from the activation sanctum, towards the rest of the keep, towards the world outside. He had done it. He had unleashed the keep's power, struck a blow against the Vexia Maw, but the fight wasn't over. He could still feel the Maw's presence, wounded, enraged, but not defeated. The twilight had receded, but it still lingered, a constant threat on the horizon. He had unlocked the power, fulfilled a crucial part of the prophecy. But now he had to face the consequences, the Maw's reaction, the ongoing struggle. The keep was his sanctuary, his source of power and knowledge. But the true fight lay outside, in Decanix against the encroaching night. He had to rise, to prepare, to face the ancient evil that would surely seek retribution for the blow he had struck. The sanctum was quiet now, the power contained, waiting, but the world outside was not. And he was needed. The sigil remained fixed in the node above him, its golden light still strong but no longer blazing with the blinding intensity of the surge. The complex structure of coppery rings slowed their spin, settling into a gentle rotation, their light dimming slightly, a quiet hum replacing the roaring torrent of power that had just coursed through the activation sanctum. The chamber around him, which minutes before had been a nexus of blinding light and resonant force, now settled into a state of potent stillness, the energy contained, coiled, but no longer actively flowing through him. Caleb rushed forward, his weathered face etched with concern. He reached the edge of the platform, hesitating for a moment before carefully stepping onto the surface, which still hummed with residual power. He knelt beside Asen, who was sprawled on his back, chest heaving, eyes wide, staring up at the glowing sigil. "Asen, are you all right?" Caleb's voice was tight with worry, a stark contrast to the quiet awe that had filled it moments before. Asen managed a weak nod, a shaky breath escaping his lips. "Yeah, dot. Yeah, I think so." His voice was raspy, his throat feeling raw. He pushed himself up onto his elbows, his limbs trembling. The power that had surged through him was no longer a roaring river, but a deep, potent reservoir settling within him, a constant, vibrant hum beneath his skin. It felt like his bones had been replaced with pure light, his muscles with focused energy. The pain was receding, replaced by a profound fatigue, but the awareness, the expanded senses, remained. He could still feel the distant thrumming of the Vexia maw, fainter now, ragged, like a wounded beast. He could feel its rage, a cold, alien fury that washed over him even through the keep's deep wards. But he also felt the ripple effect of his strike, a disruption in the harmony of Decanix where the maw's corruption had taken hold, a fleeting return of light and warmth in areas previously choked by twilight. The strike had landed. It had worked. Immense, Asen rasped, looking up at the sigil. The power. It felt like the whole world was flowing through me. Caleb helped him sit up, his strong, calloused hands supporting Aeson's back. It was the keep, Aeson. Centuries of stored power focused through you. You were the conduit. You bore the strain. He looked around the sanctum, his gaze lingering on the now quiescent rings. The sanctum held. You held. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. You did it, Aeson. You struck the blow. Aeson looked at his hands. They were steady now, no longer trembling from the immediate surge. He still felt the deep exhaustion, but the connection to the power was different. It was no longer an external force flowing through him, but a part of him integrated. The sigil pulsed above, tethered to the activation sanctum's node, yet somehow still feeling like an extension of his own being. I can still feel it, Aeson said, his brow furrowed. It's hurt, enraged, but it's not defeated. No, Caleb confirmed, his expression turning grim, as the archives foretold. A single strike would not banish it. It would disrupt its hold, buy time, weaken it at its nexus. But the maw is ancient, Aeson. It is not easily destroyed. It will recoil, consolidate, and then it will lash out. And it will know who struck the blow. It will know you. The weight of that realization settled on Aeson. He hadn't just channeled power. He had made himself a target. The unassuming life he had known was irrevocably gone. He was now the focus of an ancient, malevolent entity's wrath. A flicker of the old fear returned, cold and sharp, but it was quickly met by the steady resolve that had solidified within him in the archives. He had accepted this fate the moment he stepped onto the platform. He looked around the activation sanctum. The chamber felt quieted. The vibrant hum was still present, but the overwhelming sense of readiness, of coiled power waiting to be unleashed, had lessened. Caleb had said activating the full power would drain the keep's heart, perhaps for centuries. Aeson could feel that drain now, a subtle lessening of the vibrant energy that permeated the fortress. The keep was not empty, far from it, but its immediate reservoir of immense power had been expended in that single, targeted strike. The keep it's drained, isn't it? Aeson asked, his voice quiet. For now, Caleb replied. The heart will replenish slowly. But it will take a very long time to gather the power for another strike of that magnitude. The keep's primary function, its grand weapon, has been fired. It is still a sanctuary, a source of knowledge, and a repository of ancient magic, but the ability to deliver that overwhelming resonant blow is diminished. He looked at Aeson. The power within you, however, that is now a part of its legacy. You are the living heart now, Aeson, in a way, the primary conduit. Aeson reached up, his hand moving towards the sigil still fixed in the node above. As he did, the sigil pulsed, and with a soft click, it detached from the structure, floating down into his outstretched hand. Its golden light seemed to deepen, integrating fully with the energy now flowing through his palm. It felt less like an object he held, and more like an extension of his own flesh and bone, a physical manifestation of the power within him. So Aeson said, standing slowly, testing his legs. The exhaustion was still there, a deep weariness that settled into his bones, but beneath it the energy hummed. Ready. We struck the blow. The maw is wounded, enraged. The keep's main power is spent. What's next? Caleb stood as well, his gaze steady. The archives provided the strategy for this phase. The strike was meant to buy time, disrupt the maw's consolidation, create weakness. The maw's retaliation will be immediate and localized. It will focus its remaining power on the source of the disruption, the keep, and it will seek to silence the conduit. He gestured towards the passages leading away from the sanctum. We must leave the sanctum. The maw will likely attempt to breach the keep's outer wards now to find you. The archives also detailed how to defend the keep from within, how to use its remaining magic to reinforce its defenses, but that is not your primary purpose now, Aeson. My purpose? To strike again, Caleb said, his voice firm, while the maw is wounded and exposed. The archives detailed the specific vulnerabilities created by the resonant strike. The maw's corrupted energy fields are fractured, unstable. There are key nodes, focal points of its influence that can be targeted, not with the overwhelming power of the keep's heart, but with the focused power you now wield, amplified by the sigil, using the specific resonant frequencies you learned to channel. Aeson felt a surge of understanding. The strike from the sanctum was the hammer blow, breaking the maw's initial hold. Now came the intricate work, the precision strikes against its weakened points. The keep had given him the power and the knowledge. Now he had to apply it. We need to go back up, Aeson said, looking towards the passages, towards the surface, towards Decanix. Yes, Caleb agreed. The keep will protect us as best it can, but the fight is outside. We need to assess the external situation, see the effects of the strike firsthand, and identify the nearest vulnerable node of the maw's influence. The archives projected the current state of Decanix onto that final slab. We should have a clear idea of where to go, where the maw is weakest. They turned and walked away from the activation sanctum, leaving the quiescent rings and the empty platform behind. The passage leading away pulsed with a more subdued golden light, reflecting the diminished state of the keep's readily available power. As they ascended through the passages, Aeson could feel the difference. The vibrant energy that had filled the keep upon their arrival was less intense now. Some areas felt quiet, dormant, the magic within them seemingly redirected or depleted by the massive surge of power. Yet his own internal power felt undiminished, perhaps even stronger now that it was integrated. The keep's remaining energy felt like a vast, supportive network, still connected to him, still offering guidance and strength, but the immense reserve for a single, overwhelming blast was gone. The power was now primarily within him, channeled through the sigil. They passed the archives chamber. The glowing objects on the shelves still pulsed, a silent testament to the knowledge held within. Aeson felt a pull towards them, a desire to absorb even more, but he knew there wasn't time. He had absorbed the critical knowledge needed for this phase, the nature of the maw's vulnerability, the specific resonant frequencies to target, the locations of the key nodes. Further knowledge could wait. Action was required now. As they moved upwards, the air gradually grew cooler, carrying the faint, clean scent of ozone and herbs. The silence was still profound, but beneath it, Aeson could sense a new tension, a watchfulness. The keep's defenses were on alert, anticipating the maw's reaction. He could feel the subtle strengthening of the outer wards, a tightening of the ancient magical barriers. They reached the long, sloping passage that led back towards the entrance, the shimmering veil that separated the keep from the Decanix mire. The golden light here was steady, welcoming, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom he had experienced in the mire. As they approached the entrance, Aeson felt a sense of trepidation. Leaving the sanctuary of the keep, especially knowing the maw was now aware of him and enraged, was daunting. But it was also necessary. The shimmering veil was visible now, pulsing faintly at the end of the passage. Beyond it, Aeson could sense the mire, and beyond the mire, the vast, sprawling realm of Decanix, currently battling the encroaching night. He focused his senses outwards, using the expanded awareness the keep's power had given him. He could feel the edges of the maw's influence, a creeping coldness, a distortion of natural energy. But he could also feel the pockets of resistance, the faint, stubborn sparks of light and life pushing back. and he could feel the effects of his strike, a disruption in the smooth flow of the maw's corruption, a turbulence in its dark energy fields. The mire will still be dangerous, Caleb said, stating the obvious, his hand resting on the hilt of a worn, serviceable blade he carried, a concession to the external world, where ancient magic sometimes needed the blunt force of steel. The maw's influence is still strong there, perhaps even more so now that it is wounded and lashing out. It might intensify the mire's hazards. I know, Aeson said, gripping the sigil in his hand. It felt warm, ready. But the keep's power is with me now. Not just the raw energy, but the resonance, the understanding. I can use it against the mire's corruption and against the maw itself. He looked at Caleb, the old man who had guided him, believed in the ancient tales when no one else did. Thank you, Caleb, for everything. Caleb offered a rare, genuine smile. It is my honor, Aeson. To see the prophecy fulfilled, to see the keep's power awaken. The founders chose well, centuries ago. They reached the shimmering veil. It pulsed with a soft golden light, inviting them outwards. Stepping through it felt different this time. There was no overwhelming surge, but a smooth transition, a sense of the keep's protective wards extending outwards with him, clinging to him like an invisible shield. The air hit him, damp and heavy, carrying the familiar scent of decay and swamp water, but also a new undertone of stagnant, corrupted energy, the lingering scent of the maw's wounded influence. They were back in the Decanix mire. The oppressive gloom was still present, the ancient trees twisted and skeletal, the swamp water dark and murky. But there was a difference. The air felt thinner, less suffocating. The dense, crushing despair that had permeated the mire before the strike felt. Less potent. The maw's grip had loosened even here in one of its strongholds. However, the mire was not less dangerous. If anything, the disruptions in the maw's energy had made it more volatile. Whispers of corrupted magic flickered at the edges of Aeson's senses. The swamp creatures seemed more agitated, their movements jerky and unpredictable. The ground beneath their feet felt unstable, the air thick with an unsettling stillness, punctuated by sudden, unnatural rustlings in the reeds. The maw's reaction, Caleb murmured, observing the heightened tension in the mire. It is twisting the very fabric of the land in its pain and fury. Aeson nodded, his hand tightening around the sigil. He could feel the distorted energy fields around them, the chaos the maw's wound had introduced into the natural flow of magic. This was the environment he now had to navigate, the battlefield where he would deliver the next blows. Based on the knowledge from the archives, Asen knew the nearest vulnerable node of the maw's influence wasn't far from the keep's hidden location. It was a place the archives called the Whispering Fen, a particularly noxious area within the mire where the maw's corruption ran deep, but which was now unstable due to the resonant strike. Targeting that node, disrupting its twisted energy, would further weaken the maw's hold in this region and potentially buy Decanix even more precious time. The journey through the mire, which had been a desperate, fumbling struggle on the way to the keep, was different now. Asen's expanded senses, honed by the keep's power and the archive's knowledge, allowed him to perceive the energy flows around them, to anticipate hazards, to find paths through the treacherous terrain that were less saturated with the maw's volatile energy. The sigil in his hand pulsed, not just as a source of power, but as a guide resonating with the subtle currents of magic, pointing towards the path of least resistance, or, when necessary, the path to their target. He could feel the maw's presence reaching out, probing, seeking. It was like a vast, dark consciousness scanning the landscape, searching for the source of its pain. Asen focused his own energy, using the keep's power within him, channeled through the sigil, to dampen his presence, to mask his unique energy signature from the searching darkness. It was a technique he had gleaned from the archives, a form of resonant cloaking used by his ancestors to move unseen through areas of intense darkness. They moved through the mire with a new sense of purpose, guided by Asen's amplified senses and the knowledge from the archives. The dangers were still present. Mutated creatures lurked in the murky water. Patches of ground pulsed with unstable energy, and the air itself could sometimes feel thick enough to choke on. But Asen met these challenges with a calm resolve, using the power within him to push back the immediate hazards, to cleanse small areas of corruption, to navigate the chaos. He wasn't just reacting anymore. He was acting, proactively using the power, learning to wield it in this volatile environment. He discovered new abilities manifesting. He could focus the golden light from the sigil, projecting it outwards as a cleansing wave that dispersed pockets of stagnant energy. He could sense the structural weaknesses in the corrupted landscape, allowing them to bypass the most dangerous areas. He could feel the intent of the mire's hostile creatures, anticipating their attacks before they happened. It was a rapid, intuitive learning process, the keep's knowledge integrating with his innate abilities, amplified by the power he now held. Caleb watched him, his initial concern giving way to a quiet confidence. He saw the transformation in Asen, the hesitant, unassuming person, now moving with a quiet strength, a focused determination. The old stories had spoken of the hero of the bloodline, the one who would awaken the keep's power. They hadn't fully captured the quiet intensity, the grounded empathy that Asen brought to that role. He wielded the immense power not with flashy displays, but with precision and purpose, guided by a deep-seated need to protect Decanix. As they journeyed deeper into the mire, heading towards the whispering fen, Asen could feel the energy shifting. The general chaos lessened slightly, replaced by a focused intensity. They were approaching a node, a place where the Maw's influence was concentrated. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, the scent of corruption stronger. The silence returned, not the peaceful quiet of the keep, but a heavy, watchful stillness, pregnant with unseen threats. They reached the edge of a wide, stagnant pool, the water black and oily, reflecting no light. Twisted, skeletal trees formed a gnarled canopy overhead, their branches draped with unnaturally dark, tangled vines. A low, continuous whisper filled the air. Not wind, but a multitude of faint, discordant voices, seemingly emanating from the very air itself. This was the whispering fen, the nearest vulnerable node. Asen stopped at the edge of the fen, the sigil in his hand pulsing with a strong, steady light, resonating powerfully with the twisted energy of the place. He could see the node with his expanded senses, a shimmering, unstable vortex of dark energy swirling above the center of the pool, a focal point of the Maw's localized influence. It was fractured, ragged, a direct result of the strike from the keep's heart. It was vulnerable. "This is it," Asen said, his voice low but firm. "The node." The archives detailed how to disrupt it. A focused application of resonant energy, precisely targeted. It won't be easy. The Maw will defend it. Caleb stood beside him, his hand still on his blade, his gaze scanning the dense, shadowed edges of the fen. "I will watch our backs, Asen. Focus on the task." Asen nodded, taking a deep breath. He stepped onto a patch of relatively stable ground near the edge of the black pool. He raised the Trelvik's sigil, focusing his will, drawing upon the keep's power integrated within him. He recalled the specific resonant frequency needed to counter this type of corrupted energy, the precise method of channeling and projection detailed in the archives. He closed his eyes for a moment, centering himself, connecting with the hum of power within him, connecting with his purpose. He envisioned Decanix, shrouded in twilight, fighting for its life. He envisioned the whispering fen, choked with corruption. He focused his intent on cleansing, on disrupting, on pushing back the darkness. He opened his eyes. A golden light from the sigil intensified, casting a warm glow on the bleak surroundings. He extended the sigil towards the shimmering vortex of dark energy above the pool. As he did, a beam of focused golden light shot out from the sigil, a pure, vibrant frequency cutting through the stagnant air, directly towards the corrupted node. The moment the light struck the vortex, the whispering voices in the fen intensified, becoming a chorus of enraged screams and hisses. The black water in the pool churned violently, and shadows detached themselves from the edges of the fen, coalescing into distorted, menacing shapes, constructs of pure corrupted energy, lashing out towards Asen and Caleb. They're reacting. Caleb yelled, drawing his blade and positioning himself between Asen and the approaching shadows. Asen held his focus, maintaining the beam of resonant light from the sigil, directing it into the unstable vortex. The golden light met the swirling darkness, and the air filled with a screeching dissonance, like two opposing frequencies colliding violently. The vortex pulsed erratically, shrinking and expanding, fighting against the purifying light. The shadowy constructs surged forward. Caleb met the first one with a fierce cry, his steel blade cutting through the ethereal form, causing it to dissipate with a shriek of frustrated energy. But more were coming, their forms shifting and reforming from the pervasive darkness. Asen could feel the strain, the mental focus required to maintain the resonant beam, to channel the keep's power with such precision in the face of the maw's direct resistance. The sigil vibrated in his hand, a conduit for the struggle. He could feel the maw's presence pushing back, attempting to shatter his focus, to corrupt the golden light itself. He gritted his teeth, pouring more of his will, his empathy for Decanix into the beam. He wasn't just fighting with power. He was fighting with purpose, with the resonant harmony of life itself against the discord of corruption. The golden beam flared brighter, stronger, forcing the vortex of dark energy to recoil, to shrink further. The shadowy constructs became more aggressive, seeking to overwhelm Caleb, to reach Asen. Caleb fought with grim determination, defending their position, deflecting the attacks, buying Aeson the time he needed. He was the shield, Aeson the spear. The vortex above the pool was shrinking rapidly now, becoming unstable. The whispering voices grew frantic, desperate. The air crackled with chaotic energy. Aeson pushed one final surge of power, focusing all his intent on shattering the node, on severing this artery of the Maw's influence in the mire. With a deafening, tearing sound, like fabric being ripped apart on a cosmic scale, the vortex of dark energy exploded outwards, not in a destructive blast, but in a wave of dissipating chaos. The shadows attacking Caleb dissolved instantly, shrieking as they were unraveled by the wave of pure energy. The black water in the pool calmed, ripples spreading across its surface. The oppressive cold mist lifted slightly, replaced by a strange neutral air. The whispering voices died away, replaced by a profound, stunned silence. Aeson lowered the sigil, the golden beam extinguishing. He sagged with exhaustion, the effort leaving him drained, but the energy within him still pulsed, a constant reminder of the power he wielded. He looked at the center of the fen. The vortex was gone, the node was shattered. Caleb walked over, sheathing his blade, his face etched with exhaustion, but also a flicker of triumph. "You did it," he breathed. "You struck another blow." Aeson nodded, looking around the whispering fen. The pervasive corruption felt lessened, weakened. It was a small victory, a single node among many, but it was proof that the Archive's knowledge, combined with the Keep's power channeled through him, could truly disrupt the Maw's influence. "One down," Aeson said, his voice steady, filled with renewed purpose. "There are others. The Archives showed me the locations. We need to move." While the Maw is still reeling from the Keep's strike, while these nodes are vulnerable, Caleb nodded, his gaze fixed on Aeson. The hesitant, unassuming person was still there, the core of empathy and quiet strength, but now overlaid with the aura of power, of purpose, of a hero forged in the crucible of ancient magic and encroaching darkness. "The path is clear," Caleb said, gesturing towards the further depths of the mire, or perhaps beyond, towards the affected regions of Decanix. "The Maw knows you are its enemy, Aeson. The fight is far from over, but now you have the power, the knowledge, and the will to fight back." Aeson looked at the sigil in his hand, its golden light reflecting in his earnest eyes. He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, the responsibility for Decanix resting on his ability to wield this ancient power. The journey was not just a quest for survival anymore. It was a war for the soul of a realm fought against an enemy older than recorded history. It was no longer just Aeson, the unassuming person. He was the awakened, the living key, the hope of Decanix. He was ready to face the encroaching night.